rhythm.
Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Now we won't go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I linger. Linger between the words you say, to say the words you remember.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. It is playoffs week 2 here in the EURC round of 16, and we are on day 2. By the end of tonight, we will have only 4 teams remaining in the upper bracket. We will have only 12 teams remaining in this competition in total. But before we dive into those games that we have tonight, we're going to head back towards some of our results from the start of the week when we have already said goodbye to 2 of the teams left in the tournament. I mean, look, we're going to be diving into things. What a better way to dive than to do it with a few perfect 10s. I'm one of them. Joining me are my other 2 favorite 10s, Hyperia and Tylacto. And Tylacto, the first of those games, you know, when we said goodbye to a team at the start of the night, 2 English teams, Kiel Krakens dropping to Essex Blades, and maybe a little bit of a surprise, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting so used to, I feel like, Kiel being so reliable with dues, never really having their main roster when they've needed it here, and Essex, a team that, I mean, their entire history seems to have them doubted time and time again, and actually rising here. And honestly, it's a real shame for Kiel, but probably a good way to round out their season, exactly how it seemed to have gone downhill in the first place. Unfortunately, the Krakens will be out no matter how deep their runs goes. They'll be stopped there in the lower round 2. And Essex, almost a bit of a redemption arc possible here because they've managed to make it to the round 3 of the lowers here, already off the back-to-back wins now. They'll be facing the Beckett Bears in the coming next week, who, of course, they were reverse swept by in the group stage. That meant they started in this lower bracket, but now Beckett have come down and joined them. Who knows what we can expect out of Essex right now?
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to be a tough opponent for them there, Hyperia, because, I mean, not to jump too far ahead, but the third game that we did see on Monday was, of course, the Beckett Bears losing out to Berlin Phoenixes. And honestly, it was a 4-0, but it's hard to say anything about the quality of Beckett Bears coming out of that series.
Yeah, it's Berlin Phoenix that you were coming up against. That's always going to be a very rough opponent, no matter the circumstances. So you really have to deal with it. As I am turning all sorts of colors, which is absolutely amazing. I hope everybody's enjoying that. But apart from that, so it's another notable team that's really made a mark and really put themselves forward as, hey, we're not here to mess around. Obviously, yeah, Beckett Bears, they got 4-0'd, but fair play, the Groningen team also got 4-0'd by Tilburg. Tilburg has been absolutely destroying the competition. Now, it's kind of the same with TUD Apes. There's not necessarily, okay, Tilburg had a 4-0, wasn't necessarily a deserved 4-0 to put it that way. And now going up against Mojitos, if they also 4-0 them, they're on a streak here.
Yeah, Tilburg, one of 2 teams to have a 4-0 sweep so far in the playoffs. The other team, of course, being those Berlin Phoenixes. And I mean, that is pretty rarefied air to be breathing right there if you're Tilburg United. And they've done it not once, they've managed to pull it off twice now. Tylacto, I'm going to hit you the quick fact here as well. We are now at a point where exactly half of the remaining teams in the competition, because as of right now, before tonight's games, we have 14 teams remaining in this competition. Exactly half of them are play-in teams that qualified from those open qualifiers. And that includes the likes of Essex Blakes, Tilburg United. And there are some teams left in this competition who are looking to make deep runs, not just in the tournament, but from all the way back in those open qualifiers.
Yeah, it really is perfectly to say that as well. Tilburg on that run we're talking about, almost Liverpool John Moores-esque from the Div 3 playoffs just yesterday. But of course, Liverpool John Moores made it all the way to the finals where they lost to Essex. But to see Tilburg go all the way to the finals, that might be a bit steep, though. Maybe we'll come back and listen to this and be like, wow, maybe why didn't we believe at the moment? They'll be playing a Bournemouth team, of course, next week, who knows what full roster they'll be turning up with. I mean, it's a very uphill battle should that full roster appear. I mean, Bournemouth haven't lost a series yet in EURC with their full roster, though they have been beaten domestically, so I wouldn't go too far with that one. But yeah, as you say, half the teams remaining at this point, but just this very evening right here, we'll be saying goodbye to another 2.
Exactly, and that's going to happen not in our first game of the evening, I'm afraid, Hyperia, because we're going to be starting with an upper round matchup, but we'll leave that aside because that's boring then. Let's jump straight to one of our elimination games and we'll talk about game 2 first. It's going to be the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons versus the University Libre de Bruxelles down in this lower bracket. And look, I mean, Dusseldorf, they look like a strong team in groups, but we've seen it a couple of times now. They're a team that can potentially fall apart a little bit when things start to go wrong for them.
And they just need to come out of the gate strong, really solidify them in the series early on and make sure that everything that went wrong for them previously and those inconsistencies, that they're just completely worked out. They've had a little bit of time to actually try and get everything together, but now they need to prove it again, and that lower bracket will always be so rough because it doesn't really matter what opponent you're up against, it's always going to be a struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of teams that have maybe been having struggles, we're going to jump to our other lower bracket game of the evening, Tylacto, and we're going to talk a little bit about Salford, who I think by their standards would have had a group stage that they probably weren't happy with it. They're still a very strong team, but they are now just one bad series away from potentially slipping out. And Engine Stuttgart, despite the fact they're now playing with a sub, still managed to take the side of FHDW all the way to 7 games. They're not going to be a pushover in our last game tonight.
No, exactly. I'm expecting Stuttgart to put up a fight with no pressure really remaining for them and really nothing to lose, whereas Salford have a point to prove with the fact they managed to get a 5-2 record in groups and not end up starting in the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, okay, I suppose now it's time. We'll jump over to our other bracket game. And speaking of group records, it's going to be Groningen Fair Play Martini, the first seed from Group C, who we only realized earlier tonight not only finished the group, on the exact same series score as their sister team, the Groningen Fair Play Mojitos, but actually on the exact same game score as well. They both went 18-10 in the group stage. And of course, Martinis are now playing in the upper bracket. Mojitos got eliminated on Monday. So, I mean, little bit of difference right there, but I think, you know, on the balance of things as well, Tylacta, you'd have to say Martinis have probably looked like a slightly stronger team. Up against Berlin Basilisks, they're definitely going to have to show that to us.
Yeah, it's just funny, really, that coincidence with the group stage standings. At exact same game record, exact same score, and yet Martinis got top of their group. And credit to them, I do think you're right in saying that they did look better. At times, the Mojitos just looking a little bit too much like a solo standard team, in my opinion, at least. Great players, but again, they'd be disappointed to be going out in that fashion 4-0 against Tilburg. But again, against the Berlin Basilisks, who I would say upset slightly the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. I mean, Basilisks come in there with hot off that momentum, whereas Martinis haven't played since the group stage. And the group stage feels like the Egyptians are around when that thing was going on. Like, it's actually crazy. So, I mean, the Martinis are very reliable, but that might be one of the series of this entire bracket.
Yeah, so we'll be looking forward to that one, but I suppose we should at some point talk about the game that we are about to see on stream, and we're going to be kicking off the night with an absolute banger, Hypheria. It's going to be Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. It's going to be FHDW Esports Alpha. And I mean, look, Rotterdam, they're really strong. The only team that was mentioned by our interviewee from Berlin Phoenix's Quint last week was Erasmus Esports Rotterdam as maybe the other team in the tournament that they're, you know, at least looking at. And FHCW, they're maybe faltering a little bit at the moment in playoffs. They've looked very strong in the early parts of the group, but maybe not as strong in the first parts of playoffs.
Yeah, they're only barely winning against Engine Stuttgart, who weren't playing with their full lineup. It's not really looking that great for them heading into this. But Erasmus also in the Dutch competition, they were very much struggling against opponents they, on paper, should be beating with relative ease. So it's really a case of Erasmus having stage fright, which is just a complete possibility. As soon as they are up here and all of a sudden they have to prove themselves, they can't do it anymore, and that's something they have been running in against. FHCW, they're not completely chanceless, but I do think Erasmus have got the upper hand here.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Tylacta, I guess that's the question then, isn't it? Is this going to just be a battle of who manages to keep from going, you know, knees weak, arms heavy, who keeps the vomit off their sweater already? I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. Look, I shouldn't have started this, but that kind of seems to be what we're looking at, is which of these teams actually just manages to avoid the stage fright and comes out a little bit stronger with more synergy.
Yeah, the nerves could certainly be at play here, though. Not sure how much it'll favour FHDW, who maybe were victims of that a little bit against Engine Stuttgart. Suddenly being the favourites, when I think they've kind of benefited a lot from being underdogs. At the end of the day, they've only recently been promoted to the Uniliga coming into this season. So, I mean, to be honest, Medoti, Vafaran and Zim, I think will be very happy to be in the upper quarterfinals. And now that the tables flip again, likewise, Rotterdam haven't been seen since the group stage, but last time we did see them, they were clutching up, getting them key head-to-heads and getting top of that group. Does that make them as convincing as they appear to be being made out a lot of the time? Personally, I don't think so. I still have my doubts, but I still certainly consider them favourites coming into this one.
I think that's fair. And I'm going to ask you, Tylacta, is that the prediction that you're going to give going to the series? You think Rotterdam have the edge?
I do. I will say Rotterdam 4-1. I don't think it'll be tidy or pretty, but I'll give them it 4-1, though. If FHDW truly rally and make more than a series of this, do not be surprised one bit.
Hypheria, it sounded like you were saying similar things. Prediction going to go a similar way, or are you going to surprise us? Turn the tables. Is it going to be FHDW?
Oh, nah, I'm very much going to put it on the Rotterdam here as well. They do have my favourite, and they're Dutch as well, so I can't really go with the German team over the Dutch team, considering I'm Dutch myself. So I just have to go with Rotterdam here.
Yeah, and I think I'm actually going to join both my analysts on that prediction. I'm going to say, I think, honestly, on paper, Rotterdam look like the team coming in that probably should win this one. But I will also say that FHDW, we're not going to be surprised if Rotterdam look shaky. We're not going to be too shocked if FHDW do actually manage to start pulling away with this series as well. And with that bold prediction that, you know, added really nothing to the conversation beyond what had already been said, I'm going to take myself away and leave you two boys to it. Enjoy the cast.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuele, because, you know, we'll be heading down to the field of play in Erasmus. A team you never really know what you're going to get out of sometimes, Hypheria. We put them as one of the teams of the tournament, but that unforgettable series against Dusseldorf. The incredible reverse sweep, the way they clutched up, so good to see, but there kind of is the other side to it as well. The fact that they had looked like by far the worse team until they suddenly got kicked into gear, whether that was a fluke or something that maybe may sort of rear its ugly head again and sort of see them completely shelled up and about to get completely dominated by a German side is yet to see.
Yeah, it wouldn't be for the first time that the Dutch side got dominated by the German side, but, you know, it's Rotterdam who are very off and on. We've mentioned it a lot already, but the strength that's coming out of them, I do think that they should be able to pull through. But that's the exciting thing. Sometimes, for example, Berlin Phoenix, you can just say that at the start of the evening and say, yeah, they'll sweep, they'll win easily. With Erasmus, Rotterdam, you can kind of do the same thing, but you're not as sure. They can show up to that same level, but they really need to be pushed. And oh my, it's going to be so interesting. Rotterdam, it's all about for them to show up massively, prove what they can do. And here we go, Onko and Zim kicking us off. It's already going to be Maxio. It has an opportunity for Varen, 1v1, hits it just wide, and Varen makes the initial save.
Yes, it does that straight away. That offense coming out of Rotterdam. They want to put FHDW into the floor sooner rather than later, and it's ahead of the goal line again. The nerves. Oh my goodness gracious me! We're 22 seconds in and we might already have to turn off the stream.
This is brutal. This is 18 plus Kallio slaughtering two men who just come from a very tough position. Oh, okay. I guess that's how Erasmus want to play it. They don't necessarily want to pop up. They just want to fake out their opponents, make them look incredibly silly. But Amadoti is looking for that return goal directly. FHW, DW, they're not giving up whatsoever. Sim off to the back, but once again, Kallio taking it up into the sky for Varen. Needs to watch out for Maxio. Does that perfectly. Gets it out, but it's still Erasmus pressing the issue.
Indeed it is as well. The first minute has not been pretty for FHDW as Erasmus nearly there. Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, lovely name, which sort of rolls off the tongue. Kallio getting that disgusting first goal, and he's gonna get a second here, still inside the first minute.
Yeah, this is just looking so incredibly strong out of Rotterdam. The infield pass, something that we've seen yesterday on NSC. If they switch up their playstyle and just go for infield passes instead of Monkey try and do it solo, that is going to work so much in their favor, because you know that FHDW, they've at least prepared themselves a little bit for Rotterdam here. Looks at them just a tad. Now they're all of a sudden switching everything up, and it's not looking great for FHDW in the first game.
Yeah, I was just looking towards the top right-hand corner of our screen, Typheria, and I was seeing that Vafaren already has a Saviour medal. Now, if you're getting that literally a minute into the first game of the series, that might be a sign of what's to come next. He's actually got a 4th save. This is getting ridiculous at this point. Now, I'm watching the Durham defenders right now as FHDW. They look cold right now. They do not look confident. We were hoping the sort of underdog factor would get them going here, but Erasmus Esports Rotterdam have just started off at motorway pace. So with maybe a chance for a double commit where both players lose out on the race to the ball, and Kallio, not for an underwhelming shot, could maybe have had his hat-trick. If we look at the Twitch chat predictions, I can say they were a little bit more confident in FHDW than we were, although I can say that actually only one person, it was Yato, understandably so, from the Berlin Basilisk, hoping to boost FHDW nearly. They got a chance there. There's 4.9k on their heads. A lovely passing play as well. Maybe the Stonks are rising back into the game.
Yeah, there's at least a little bit of awkwardness on the side of Rotterdam, and double commit after that, and it's just not a pretty scene out of the defense. That's something that for sure should be cleared up, but very much right now FHDW, they are going to capitalize upon it and make sure they put one into the back, and then a pivotal goal here in this game. Otherwise it could just be that Rotterdam would have ran away with it, but right now it's only one goal in it.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a crucial goal there, just to sort of remind them that they're not actually getting slaughtered in this series just yet. Really brings them back into this first game after a pretty catastrophic first minute, but Rotterdam have got that. But the infield passing play nearly striking back, and the shot just coming just off the crossbar.
And this is looking as if it will be an incredibly interesting series, and that is something that Erasmus, I feel like they do pretty often, since they are that unpredictable that you don't really know what is going to be happening. Sim now puts it straight toward Maxio. He's going to look for the infield pass. Unko can't quite find Kallio. He is rotating back, doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Medoti, infield pass, it's only going to land at Maxio. Good interception, no goal opportunity right now. Looking for the pinch in towards the center. Can't get it good enough, and there's nobody from Rotterdam for the follow-up either. Now finally Maxio turns in for the second goal, but it's just a little bit too late here.
Yeah, and we talk about that triple O threat coming out of Rotterdam. The coordination of their names, Onko, Kallio, and Maxio, just making them all boost and play that bit better, and it is going to go in the net. Kallio getting his hat trick, and as I say, if it weren't for the triple O, that ball would have stayed on the goal line, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, probably. It's just an extra bit of combined power that you need to get to try and take on the competition here, otherwise it's just not going to land pretty for you. It's actually going to be Sim who takes control of the boost and the ball, fakes out one, but Maxio doesn't have anything of it, and Doty in the corner, 80 boost, can't get it past Onko, but with that has to pay. Manny gets bumped out of the way, so no follow-up. Sim with an incredibly early pre-jump. It doesn't really work out as the Rotterdam are still in the opposing half.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough, though. Can't blame him for attempting it. When you need in 2 goals, you're heading into the final minute. You really do want to try and get inside the Rotterdam players' heads, as you can't be taking this match evenly. I feel like if both rosters are playing with confidence, then it's still going to be Rotterdam favoured. They need to tilt them somehow, and that's why it's so painful that we opened up in the first minute with a disgusting 2-man fake.
Yeah, I feel like Rotterdam, they kind of have that problem, maybe, that they're just getting a little bit too cool with it, you know? They're going to style a little bit and trying to disrespect them too much, which leads to FHDW getting momentum, and then they all of a sudden throw this series. Not right now in this game, as this is looking pretty over. Even though this isn't converted, they are still an attacker with 15 seconds. There's not really that much that FHDW can say about this.
Yeah, looking like game 1 will go to the Dutch University here in this upper bracket quarter-final. Of course, winner will move on to play the Portsmouth Paladins here, and of course that game will be for the grand final, likely against favourite Berlin Phoenix, but we can't promise anything just yet. But game 1, look at that shot score, 10 shots to 4, and I feel like you really can't argue with that performance from Kallio.
Yeah, you very much can't, but now that is only game 1, the pushing and pulling, and they have tested each other there, and they know what they're playing at now. And this is where we hopefully see a little bit of a change from the Gladbach side. Otherwise, we might just see a dominating game out of Rotterdam. I really don't want to see that kind of series, so I really hope that FHDW can step it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you take that first minute of gameplay out, Hyperia, though, that was such a close game 1, but it was like over as it practically started. That first minute, the fake into the 2-goal lead. FHDW hadn't left their own half at that point, and 4 of the Faren's first saves came in that first minute. He only got 1 more after that point, and that's a good sign for FHDW that they could be growing into this series.
Yeah, we really need to see it right here, though. Even though it is a best of 7, 2 goals, 2 games in a row. It kind of depends on how this game goes. If it's very much a dominating game out of Rotterdam once again, then that is going to be tough for FHDW. But they have got that final part of that last game. Medoti already has to save it, though. This is looking like a very strong Rotterdam start once again. Medoti with another save, doesn't get credited for it. Kallio looking for the center, no, not getting it quite yet. Onko also looking for a bumping on the FHDW side and then bumping on the Rotterdam side. It's just chaos all around.
Yeah, both teams getting a little bit mixed up as who they should actually be bumping there, is getting in each other's way on both ends of the field, as Kallio isn't going to be able to win that race to the ball, but Maxio there for the loose touch isn't actually going to make the contact he was looking for, though the bumps does work out on the opposition this time. Big clear though from that backboard from Zim. He's literally sent it across the well. That clear, he nearly even found the top corner.
You always have to be afraid of that. You always have to be wary, and you always have to be wary of flinging the ball out here for far, and that is looking very dangerous. He does get away with it for now. whips it center once again. Sim and Calio both missing it. And Maxio, what can he do? Can he get it past Medoti? It seems as if Medoti has a pretty decent challenge on it. Tonto looking for that second touch, gets it only as far as the midfield. Nobody challenging whatsoever, and then you can expect the infield pass, because otherwise, why are they giving them so much time? They are just getting away with it though on the FHCW side.
Yeah, they are there. I feel like maybe a little bit too much respect given, but well punished by Rotterdam. It was a lovely infield play from Onko, and at the other end of the field, he rose to make a save up near the backboard, despite Vafarin looking to bump him in there. And that's a confident defensive play coming out of Onko, and considering his teammates have just double committed, he might be stuck there for a little bit longer here, as Rotterdam definitely looked more composed when going forward, and Onko, the man we were just talking about, composed to put away that goal.
Maxio hunting down the defense right there, and then Cali also, for good measure, jumping in there. Rotterdam, they're playing incredibly aggressive here, and I love every single bit of it. They're just disrupting the FHDW side and making them so incredibly awkward that they don't really know what to do even on the FHDW side. They are playing a little bit further back, but then the infield pass comes through, so pretty much everything they do is getting counter. Calio not getting the down pass or the down hit quite enough to land into the back of the net though.
Not quite, as once again, Rotterdam taking the initiative at the start of the game, and oh my goodness, that one nearly finding the bottom corner off of a deflection here, and maybe this will be a chance. No, Rotterdam with a double whiff past the ball as Vafarin has just... It's a slight miscommunication, I think.
Yes, but there was... press jump, maybe his jump button was broken. I'm not too sure what's going on there, and then I think it was Vafarin who was back. I'm not too sure, but it makes sense that you get called out. No, actually it was Zim on the backboard. It makes sense that you get called out, and they have an opportunity directly to get back into it, get that connecting goal, but once again they're playing from 2 goals behind. Vafarin with a good infield pass, though nobody there except for Vafarin himself to capitalize upon it, and if none of your teammates do it, then just take the matters into your own hands.
Actually, the infield passing play to himself, and once again, FHDW, looking half asleep, have gone 2-0 down in the game, but for the second time in a row, they have struck back, and they've got half this game 2 remaining to try and go one step further.
Now they need to do something that they couldn't do in the previous game. Let's see what Rotterdam comes out with after kickoff. It seems like they are looking for that dominating pressure. Once again, infield pass. Maxio doesn't have enough pace on his car and thus can't actually reach the ball. Calio either which has enough pace to get him. Ripper over short. Sim makes the save. Once again, it's centered. No players of Rotterdam right there to capitalize, but it is looking scary for FHDW.
Yeah, it certainly is. When they're on defense, you feel like disaster is waiting to happen, though credit to them. When you look at the other side of the field and the other way around, that every time they seem to have gone forward, the Erasmus Esports defense is really struggling to deal with them. That one's going to come uncontested off the backboard, and immediately, as we say it, Medoti going to put the ball in at the near post.
Hello, that is what you want to see. That shot out of Zim was in a perfect position where it wasn't really a shot, but it was enough for Rotterdam to think, okay, this might be on target or this might bounce awkwardly. So they had to wait for a brief moment, and the FHDW side just had a better read on it in a match show. Then defense whips it up to the side. He's able to get the second touch himself, completely uncontested. Throws it away regardless. Zim now pass one. Final defender actually, Onko, sits steady and makes sure that it gets cleared out.
Yeah, as it seems like the full employment of the strategy offense is the best form of defense, is the plan for Rotterdam. But, I mean, it's proven effective at times. It's just that when they are on defense, they may not have done it there, but FHDW are making it look awfully simple to find the back of the net.
It's a little bit disappointing to see Rotterdam's defense right here. It seems to almost fall apart at random moments. Now Calio in attack, that's where he shines and might have been able to get that double tap, but Favarin gets in the way. Once again, it's center. Favarin out to the side. He's coming so massive in that defensive performance. A backflip, a loss on it, not enough for the center. And it being a scoring opportunity these final 40 seconds. FHDW, if they can get the win, they're going to have a massive surge of momentum.
Yeah, it's got to just suck on the side of FHDW to put up a fight in back-to-back games as the game grows on and yet not manage to find the result in either of them. It would be harsh. They did find themselves 2-0 down, but you got to give the credit to Rotterdam. They have been relentless and impatient on offense. They want to win this game, and they want to win it now, though. Every time, as we're saying, FHDW do get possession in the Dutch half, they look so much more clinical. With a bump like that and a save, maybe they'll get one more chance, but the ball cannot be touching the ground as Kallio is up. Will we have late drama here on Forbidden Temple with a hit towards the net? Onko stretches towards the top corner and keeps it out.
Okay, Rotterdam, they've made it very close. Now let's see, overtime is underway. Game number 2, a pivotal one for FHDW. They've at least fought themselves back and gotten something they couldn't do in game 1. Medoti off to the side, whips it up. It's going to be Maxio taking control. Can't find the infield pass, just a little bit too far forward. Sim manages to get it underneath. Now underneath another one. Maxio, final man back, has to jump from his own line of the box. Onko, can he turn this into an attack? Kallio is there. It's a double coming out of FHDW, so right now they're going to get away with it. Maxio is shot. A perfect save, and Minotti keeps it close and out of the goal. Absolutely amazing defense out of FHDW.
Yeah, Midodi and the FHDW crossbar with a beautiful connection there, keeping that one out. Maxio surely thought he'd scored there. He's been quiet until now, but that was an absolute rifle of a shot towards the top shelf, and yet we do not have breakthrough in overtime here. It's 2-2 in game 2, and it would be huge if the German university FHDW could pull the series level here, but Rotterdam are continuing to look hungry. I don't know how many meals they've missed, but it is starting to look vicious right now. There's been a few demos as well, and aggressive 50s on the back line into big bumps. Can Kallio get it down off the crossbar? Yes, he can!
Oh my, the aggressiveness once again out of Rotterdam. Maxio, he doesn't care about this ball whatsoever. Onko and Maxio both sitting in front of the net because they've just got done bumping and whatnot. Oh my, Rotterdam, that is absolutely disgusting, and that must be a little bit tilting for FHDW for a multitude of reasons. One obviously being they lost again. 2 being it was because of bumps, and we all know that bumps just absolutely pisses everyone off.
Yeah, it really is annoying to have lost a game 1 where it got really out of your reach through just a disgraceful fake, and then that huge bump sending out of the stratosphere the defense there to win the overtime. And Kallio again, the man hitting the marks for Rotterdam, and maybe deservedly so, maybe harshly so, that Rotterdam will be up 2-up in the series, I should say. And in the best of 7, you got time to still turn it around, of course. You know, Dusseldorf were in this situation. They were 2-up over the Berlin Basilisks and then suddenly lost 4 in a row. But something's going to have to change and be much more convincing, I feel like, for that to happen, as regardless of how close that game was, Rotterdam did still have double the shot count.
And Rotterdam, they are unsurprisingly incredibly strong once again. It's really up to FHDW to play at the same standard and kind of try and disrupt Rotterdam even more, because yes, Rotterdam are going for demos. I don't remember a demo happening from the FHDW side. If there was, it was a offhanded one. I not really thought about this snorker situation. It almost seemed as if Onko was trying to score and Sim getting in the way, but it was, wait, the colors are completely messing with my mind. That was actually the case as well.
Yeah, actually was as well. It's a good start compared for FHDW to considering the first 2 games. They did find themselves 2 down in both, and a first goal in this one could massively change the dynamic and actually give them some confidence that at this point they sort of deserve. And speak of the devil, Vafaran gonna take the credit there. Medoti beating out 2 players to the ball.
This is a win now for FHDW, right? That's how this works. They've gotten the first goal. They dropped too early on. And Rotterdam, they are playing from behind, and they need to try and get back into this quickly. I don't think they are a team that very nicely plays from behind. Gonna have to see, obviously, plenty of time remaining, but no worries for them as of right now. Maxio not necessarily getting the greatest touch. It goes absolutely nowhere except for straight into the hands of Vafar, and able to get it past Onko. And Sim looks to take over into the corner. He goes. Kallio not wanting to have anything to do with it. Maxio takes over once again and gets it out.
Yeah, really is. There is still time on the clock for Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. They mainly need to make sure they tighten up their defense, which has been less convincing than we would have expected so far during the series, and that's fair enough. They'll certainly get their chances this game, I'm sure. They've averaged about 10 shots a game so far. FHDW, hang on a minute, nearly threatening with the redirect through Vafaren, who has been quite the offensive outlet for them so far, but just not enough. They've been clinical, but they really just haven't controlled enough of the possession and pressure, though. As I'm saying that, Iberia, the first 90 seconds here has been all theirs.
And the first minute and few have been completely in the German side. They need to try and break out. It's kind of a reverse situation. We obviously see Rotterdam in that position where they need to make that comeback. There should be a possibility right here. Sim missing the ball, and Unko, yes, he saw that one coming very much and just waited for it.
Maxio just too quick on the wall there, and I don't think Sim had any boost. Didn't need to rush as much as he did, and that's going to be a painful miss that can easily get inside your own head there. Not easy with no boost, but I think just panicked knowing the Rotterdam player was there behind him, and of course it was Onko to clear up with that open net as Maxio had a crazy chance from the backboard. It's actually going to turn into another pass down off that corner curve, and Onko puts it into the back post again.
Oh my, the curve's working in the favor of Rotterdam here. It's the bounces were almost perfect for them to be capitalizing on it. Now they're all of a sudden in the lead once again. We said that the first minute and few seconds were for sure in the favor of FHDW. Well, these past 10 seconds, maybe make it 20, have been all in favor of Rotterdam. Maxio off to the corner, he's looking to go. Can't quite reach it. Zim off to the backboard. It's going to be Onko or Kallio. Gets in the way of it and clears it out as well. Rotterdam, they've completely turned this game around.
Yeah, they really have, as 2-1 is the scoreline at this point for a third time in a row, and yet not in the same fashion. FHDW giving up too much control of the ball, giving up their lead, maybe getting it back even there, but Maxio in the right place to deny that crazy play that nearly ended up working out as Kallio. It's been too long since he scored, he's saying there. He's getting aggressive, trying to poke it in from close range, being that fox in the box as he's going to get another touch here, but Medoti a little bit too fast, maybe getting the flip reset. The bumps coming through on the back line, and maybe a miscommunication. They've kept possession, they've got another shot, but the save comes through. The rebound will be there, and so will the equalizer.
There we go, that pressure coming through. Finally, they're getting something going, and this little Rotterdam holding on, and Olofsson breaking away for a few seconds. It's much more of a fair matchup right now. FHDW, they've really grown into it, and they're showing up why they deserve to be right here and why they deserve to actually go through. They are 2 games behind for Farin with a musty. Kallio gets in the way of anything happening. No backboard read for him right now. No highlight clip as of yet, but Maxio, he's looking to get one, gets it past another for Farin. Off the line he goes. It's still a little bit scary for FHDW as Unko centers it once again. Demo happening. What a surprise. Rotterdam playing aggressive. Kallio off the ceiling, can't get the drop down, and that is going to prevent a goal from happening.
Well, Vafaren, he's there, makes that challenge no problem. He's going to have time, and though despite that, kind of flicks the ball away from him, so the 50 ends up being awkward here. As I'll be back in time with the gameplay now. I think I've confused myself and have the stream open for a while as Vafaren. He's going to make another challenge there on that left-hand side, but Erasmus Esports got it down. Again, that link-up between Onko and Maxio has nearly gotten this 3rd game in a row, but once again, we're at that tense 2-2 situation. Same as last game, the spinning top Medoti has maybe created a crazy chance, but Maxio getting his saviour medal on the back line here as no breakthrough for the German university. Could we be headed for another overtime?
And then FHDW, they're starting to be scared. They are not happy with an overtime. Looking at the last one, they have something to prove in it, and if they lose by 1 goal again, because that is pretty much what this game has already gotten down to. If a goal happens right now for Farin looking for one, Maxio gets in the way. Farin ran out of boost. Kallio, he still has plenty of boost to work with for now at least. halfway through that area. Lonka with infield pass, finding neither Kallio or Maxio in these final 11 seconds. It is Rotterdam in possession. For how long is it going to be before it gets beat by Maxio off to the backboard? Dota gets in the way, but still Rotterdam, they're looking incredibly solid. Maxio has a little bit more read, has to stop, but Kallio just drops it to the ground.
Yeah, we have back-to-back overtimes here, and I think at this point we really could say how harsh it would be if FHDW don't have a game in this series after 3, but Rotterdam could decisively put this series on the ropes, and they're gonna here with Maxio across field into an open net. FHDW are massively sad right now.
That even hurts for me. I said Rotterdam would win, and I'm kind of low-key cheering for them purely because they're in the Dutch side, but that should not have been the ender of this game. It's been such a high-flying, a lot of pressure from FHDW, and, well, you've pointed out before, let's just do it again right now, because this has completely changed. It's FHDW with 12 shots and only 7 out of Rotterdam, and Rotterdam still take the victory.
Yeah, they forced a whole 11 saves out of Rotterdam, and yet it wasn't enough. Only 2 goals. Rotterdam stepping up their defense when it has mattered here, showing that they can do it both ways, and credit to them. They will be 3 up in this series, just 1 game away from the upper semi-finals. They can practically taste it at this point, and we talked about how hungry they were earlier. Maybe they won't be able to resist it, and they'll be going for the 4-0 sweep, joining the club with Berlin, Phoenix, and Tilburg. But FHDW, they've looked more than good enough to get at least 1 game here.
It would be absolutely heartbreaking if they don't run away with the game here. It would be a ridiculous scoreline. 3 overtimes, I'm pretty sure, at least 2. That Goldfish brain can remember right here, but if they don't come away with at least a game win, I'm throwing a riot, and I'm just putting in a petition, a change me or change.org or something to just give FHDW a game, because that would be so undeserved, but they can prove it right here. Game number 4 underway.
Yeah, I think that might qualify as match fixing if we just give them a game, despite them not actually winning one, and game 4 is not gonna start ideally here. It's gonna be deja vu, an early goal from Kallio. Link up play there with Madoti involved. He's actually going to be the assister there.
Okay. Well, we might have to match fix a little bit here to Lacto. Probably shouldn't say this live on stream.
Yeah,
but
no one knows. It's secret. Oh, what is this? What is this double-decker bus shot from Rotterdam?
It's secret. It's secret. It's a secret tactic out of Rotterdam. They line themselves up, and then they have 2 men in the 50. It's incredibly smart, Lacto. It goes beyond everyone's brain power here.
Is this going to be a strategy in RLCS coming up? Like, a team's going to start doing that? You said it's secret, but I think it's been seen. I think the secret is out, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever lose a 50 again. 90% off. Limited time now. Order yours now, as FHDW are reeling. They're trying to find the phone. They're trying to find the red button on their remote right now, because they're at DEFCON 5. They're once again 2 down, and every time they've gotten 1 back. But this is feeling an awful lot similar to the rest of the series right now.
I mean, well, yes, with Rotterdam being in the lead, but apart from that, FHDW, well, they're proving it right here why it's completely different. They're just looking so much more awkward in that 3-game losing streak. It shows right now that FHDW, they're not happy with it whatsoever. They are still fighting back. Sim not choosing to steal the goal. Don't know whether he would be able to reach it, but all of a sudden in 1 minute, 3 goals happening.
I mean, Vafar and the man with the shining zombas right now. He is the light in the darkness, it seems, for FHDW. He's been getting goals in almost all of the games. The defense hasn't been enough, but, I mean, Rotterdam have been tested here 3 times in a row, and they've passed all the tests here. They're looking to get a flawless resume, as FHDW are again fighting back. There's still time on the clock, but it still looks like a mirror image of games 1, 2, and 3.
Now FHDW, they need to find themselves back. It's going to be so difficult. Midoti out to the side. Sims able to catch it. Has a little bit of a space to be dribbling in to take it forward. Gets challenged by Unko. Now, he just threw it away a little bit on the backboard. He got absolutely nothing. Now, FHDW, they got nothing on that attack and are forced to rotate back. So let's see what Rotterdam can do. They can get a decent 50, but Sim gets in the way of it.
Indeed, as well. It's returned down to the Dutch end of this thing. The field. I just forgot what we're actually playing on right now. Zim will make a nice early challenge in the corner. That's a big clear there out from Rotterdam. Kallio's going to follow it up himself as well. And a little bit of a reminder there, as FHDW, they're trying to grow into this game. They're trying to get their possession and go, yeah, we can do this, guys. And Rotterdam are just sort of sat there like the big brother looming over them like, we're still here.
Oh, yeah, you always have to be afraid. Oh, that is what I mean. Zim with an absolute zinger of a shot. The save gets made on the side of Rotterdam, and that hurts. Surely you thought that would go into the back of the net, but no, Rotterdam firmly standing in the way. They kind of throw it away to Favarn here. Is able to sneak it past Unko from distance. Won't find its way, and Zim and Midoti were both back. And the pressure, they might just succumb to it. Rotterdam, they're looking to completely have a FHDW locked in their own half for the remainder of this game. That's not going to happen. FHDW with a breakout.
Yeah, I mean, Kallio's done some fantastic offensive plays this series. Another big save now coming out from Favarn, but that jumping save, like some sort of somersaultist at the circus there, up on the plantoon, like, that was crazy. He was practically pre-jumping as well as FHDW. When saves like that get made, you start to question, what is it gonna take for us to get this equalizer?
Just in general, the defense by Rotterdam right now is standing incredibly firm, but it is in place where it has struggles to break out. They're very much having a tough time to actually break out of that own defensive corner, and then the boost at some point starts running low. Maxio is already running into that trouble. Kallio very much won't, and he needs to get a far air dribble out now. He took that 100 pad, only gets as far as Favar, and this could spell absolute trouble if Maxio also doesn't get a great clear, and he very much doesn't. It's looking shaky on the side of Rotterdam, and I think FHDW might be able to find a gap in the near future.
Oh, I'm not sure. They seem to be happy to sit back and defend this lead. They learned their lessons from Dusseldorf, Rotterdam did, on how to Omega throw a series, and they're not looking to do that, though. Maybe there's a chance as Zim is at the end of a beautiful three-man passing play from FHDW, keeping the series alive.
FHDW, can they do it again? Can they lose with a 1-goal deficit in this game? That would be so heartbreaking for them to drop to the lower bracket by 1 goal every single game. That's not going to be on target. Maxio leaves it out to Sim. Double coming out of the Rotterdam side. Kallio recovers in time to put a 50 in with Sim. Maxio has to come in from the side and actually bail them out. It's not looking too sturdy right now for Rotterdam. That solid defense is very much liquefied a tiny bit. Sim getting threatened by the bump. Managed to evade it and get it out. The defense of FHDW needs to show up massively because Rotterdam, they are pressing.
They really are pressing here, and you worry it might be that third overtime in a row, as game one, like you say, may not have been the 1-goal game, but it was until late in that final minute here, and it really would be so sad for FHDW to lose ineffectively 4 1-goal games, as the previous 3 were, if this one doesn't go their way. And Erasmus, they're starting to press forward here. We will have a third overtime in a row, and FHDW, if they want to stay in this upper bracket for any longer, they have to score this next goal.
I'm a little bit afraid for them. I just don't want them to lose right away in a 4-0 fashion. Obviously, Rotterdam, they're looking to do so, getting in towards the opposing side. A little bit of an awkward pass comes in. Midoti managed to deal with it with relative ease. Sim on the back line gets to clear out, but that opens the net for a brief second before it can't get the touch out once again. FHDW dropped by a 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, they've crumbled under the pressure at the end of the day. Maxio finding the top shelf there, making it look easy. And Rotterdam, at the end of the day, they were the Chads of the day. It may not have been comfortable. It may have been close every game, and yet every day and every game, Erasmus Esports Rotterdam were the ones there, reliable, performing under that pressure. And the 4-0 is harsh, but you can't discredit Rotterdam.
You can't really, but it's just a little bit unfortunate for FHDW. They fought so hard. Every single one was a 1-goal difference. It's just so incredibly unfortunate, but they still have a chance. They still have the lower bracket where they can try and get something going, where they can very much try and fight their way back up into the finals, but it's going to be so incredibly hard for them.
Yeah, as trying to get confirmation here that we will be able to get an interview with Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. I believe it will be Calio as well if we can get that. So that'll be very exciting, of course, and see how he felt about that full sweep as they do join the sweep club, do Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. Their opponents in the semi-final will, of course, be the Portsmouth Paladins, who got a pretty much free win off of Bournemouth there due to that forfeit. Nice for them as well, seeing as they dropped out earlier than they would have liked domestically in the championship bracket. So that'll be an absolute corker of a semi-final.
Yeah, pretty much anything that's going to be happening from this point on is going to be absolutely insane. The best teams are the only ones left over. So it's going to be very interesting, and I think FHDW, they will be up against the winner of Dusseldorf versus Brussels. So it's very much something that they can try and see in the next series coming up with how they actually play, because I do believe that is the next series on the cards here.
Yeah, indeed, that'll be an elimination matchup between the Liberal University of Brussels there against Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. And of course, Dusseldorf still the favourites, I'd say, coming into that series. But again, they've been worrying at times. It's just whether ULB have that sort of caliber as a team to force that sort of shutdown that we've seen in Dusseldorf in their darkest moments, and whether or not they can pass that test. Personally, I think Dusseldorf might be a little bit too good, but of course we'll find out. And as you say, that is our next series, but of course we will have an interview with Calio of Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. Love to chat to him, and of course you'll be here too to watch that one. We'll head to a break, we'll set that one up, and we'll see you then.
And welcome back to the EURC desk, where we have a special guest. Cal is fresh off a 4-0 sweep against the FHDW Esports Alpha team. And Cal, I mean, you've got to be feeling pretty good. You've joined Berlin Phoenix and the Tilburg United teams as the only 3 teams to have a 4-0 sweep in the playoffs so far.
Yeah, it was, I would say it was a fun match just now. So we had some good goals. Bit of fun in comms, so it was good.
Glad to hear you're still enjoying the tournament. I mean, you know, after so many weeks, we worry that our teams are starting to break down a bit mentally, but you know, the mental's still strong there for Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. Good to hear. And I'm joined, of course, by the two men who were casting that game as well. And I'm going to throw it to Tylacto to see if Tylacto has any questions for you as well.
There's 2 points, Calio, I'd like your thoughts on, as I'm sure they were probably standout moments for yourself too. And the one was about 20 seconds into the series when you decided to fake 2 of the FHDW players on their own goal line. I'm sure you came into the series expecting a reasonably tough one, but after that happens, I feel like surely that got the confidence flowing big. And the other one was game 4, what on earth you were doing pre-jumping a save for a shot that seemingly was destined for the top corner. When you're making plays like that, how do you sort of battle the mindset where it feels like probably at those moments that you almost couldn't lose?
Well, after that first fake, we had everyone was laughing. Comms were we pretty much thought so this is going to be not a hard game, but we'll have this under control. As long as we don't absolutely throw this, we can have fun, score some goals, you know, maybe get some clips. I think Maxio hit his first ever clip, so I'd like to congratulate him. And so that was about it. After that first goal, I thought, okay, maybe we can have some real fun in the series. But then they did get some goals back. Sometimes when it went to overtime, it was a bit shaky, a couple double commits. But I'd just say that's a lack of comms having fun. So it was fun scoring some clips, so I liked it.
That's always good, and we hope that someone in Twitch chat was actually on it, clipping those clips, making sure that they aren't just lost to time forever. You can send those on. I'm sure Calio would love to receive all of those. Flood his inbox if you have to. Hyveria, you were also there. You also watched this series.
Yeah, something else that I watched that was more in a different chat, and I'm seeing you all with it, but on the Dutch side of things, I saw Maxio say in chat that now he's not going to touch the game for another week. Is that really something that just in general is going on? You guys play EURC and then you piss off for a week?
Well, yeah, so how it goes is Maxio decides to get off the game, and all he does is go online and get trades from his girlfriend. And me and Onka, we still play the game like an actual, you know, normal Rocket League player would. So Maxio is one of those players, you know, he just hops on weekly. I would say, Max, how you feeling? He's saying, I'm feeling good, feeling cracked, or he's feeling bad. And then that defends the series. But he's getting better every week. So.
I mean, look, if you're practicing once a week, you have to hope that those practice sessions are good. I think today was probably a pretty solid practice session as they go. And finally, Calio, before we let you go, we have to ask, the next game on stream is going to be the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons up against ULB. You played Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons in the group stage. Not only that, you did manage to pull off the reverse sweep against them. Who do you think has the edge in this series coming up?
It depends how Dusseldorf plays, in my opinion, because how Dusseldorf played against us the first 2 games, we were just waiting for pretty much for them to hit the ball, but they didn't. So then we decided to chase, and that's how we reverse sweeped. It's essentially how it worked. I just said, let's chase, boys. We chased, and we just dominated them after that. It's the same with this team initially, that they just didn't go for the ball. I think it was the stream nerves. I like those getting them nervous.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be a good game. I think it could be a game 7, to be honest.
Yeah, fingers crossed. There you have it, Calio. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll keep our fingers crossed for a game 7 as well. And hey, we've just mentioned the reverse sweep, but we've potentially dug up evidence that it was in fact caster inflicted on Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. Check out this video to see if that was in fact the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I really can't see, well, barring a caster's curse, I really cannot see Dusseldorf throwing this away now. Reality is maybe that they'll have only scored 1 goal all series.
Or maybe not. It's open. Oh, they've managed to equalise. Well, if they get a late winner, it's another demo. It's another 50. And Calio will put it in. 3 goals in less than a minute. Yeah, we kept saying how confident they look, how comfortable they look on defense, but they have shown up. And boy, have they on for them.
Like going into this, like, you know, talk about game 5s, it'll be even Stevens, but with 2 unanswered games and 4 unanswered goals now.
And the first 50. The shot is going down to the other end, and Olgo is there to pick up his parcel. My Little Pony up, it's high. Tima reads it, but he's got no more boost. Could it be down? No, it's kept up by Limbo. Can he get the shot? He's there. The block from Gallagher. It's off the ceiling. My Little Pony with the shot. The rain. Oh! At the end, the 1-0 is the score in game 5 here, and the reverse sweep is complete.
And welcome back to the desk once again, and I hope you enjoyed our little video. We are joined by its creator, Achnal, who will be here for our 4-man panel for this, and as you've just seen, Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons, they've had a little bit of a rough time. They were reverse swept by Erasmus Esports Rotterdam in the group stage, lost a 2-game lead versus Basilisk Berlin in the first round of that upper bracket as well, and now find themselves in this lower bracket, having to face up against the ULB, who at times have looked good, at times have looked shaky. And Achnal, I mean, look, you're the player who went and found the video for that. How are you feeling about Dusseldorf coming into this match?
Right, well, first things first, I'd like to put a small disclaimer that I did not make this video to be broadcast on stream. An early apology to any Dusseldorf players who may have been watching that. That was not my intention. I think they'll actually do quite well out of this series. ULB are a fantastic side. I'll save my prediction until the end, but I certainly think it'll be close.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair to say. And look, that was what we had Calio on the desk just there saying as well, as he thinks there's potential for this series to go to 7 games. I will say, though, I fear that ULB, a team that was under a lot of scrutiny coming out of groups, and while they did manage to pull off the 4-2 win in the first round of lower bracket against York, it was a York that was plagued by technical issues at the time, I think. And so ULB still kind of eyes on them to see if they can perform to the level of some of the other teams left in the competition.
That series was technical issues, but I'm still a little bit confused about what was going on in that series. I've not quite worked it out, put hundreds of hours of analysis into the game, and I still have absolutely no clue what unfolded there. So I really hope that they can have a little bit more of a stable side and really show up when they need to in a manner of, oh no, hey, this ball just randomly landed in front of my car. No, they need to have a plan, and they need to follow up that plan here on the ULB.
Yeah, definitely important to have a plan, but you know, I mean, the thing is, no plan survives contact with the enemy, right? That's the old saying. And I think the other thing, you know, we have Tylacto here with us, a man that we've just been told makes players nervous when they're on stream when he's casting. Tylacto stream nerves, definitely a thing, whether or not it's you casting, whether or not it's just being on the stream in general. And both of these teams, we've seen them both look shaky at times. Playoffs nerves have got to be kicking in right now.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. It really is just those playoffs, knowing what is at stake, because I don't think I'm that intimidating. I'm a nice guy. I've sat here enjoying my evening with my lava lamp. I'm waiting for the first. I mean, you can't see. Actually, the cave, I can't pick it up. It's really getting hot. The first blob is yet to happen. The question is, will the first blob happen before or after Dusseldorf throw? That is the question. I mean, chat is more confident in Dusseldorf than I am. In fact, the thing that I wanted to point out to you guys is that I was watching the channel points prediction come through, and as somebody of unknown description immediately opens up the innings with 20,000 points on Dusseldorf. They've thrown their whole wallet in, they've thrown their mortgage in, I think they've thrown their life insurance in as well, and then a whole 2 minutes later, someone, I don't actually know who, just walks through the door and goes, it's free real estate, puts 10 points on ULB. 10. I think that really just explains what they're thinking about in this matchup right now.
Yeah, that's just the absolute forehead move. And look, ULB, maybe they're the forehead, 5-head side coming through up against Dusseldorf here. They've got them outmaneuvered, outthought and outfought on the pitch. But at the same time, I mean, look, the German teams in general have been looking good throughout this competition. Plenty of them still left floating around. And ULB, as we were saying, a lot left to prove here in this series. It's going to be a little bit tough for them. You were saying, you know, life savings thrown onto Dusseldorf there by a fan. I think if I'm a Dusseldorf fan, I'm keeping hold of my life insurance right now because
63k now. It's 63k.
It's absurd. There is some confidence right there, and I mean, look, that confidence mirrored. We are going to head towards predictions for this game because there's a lot of us to get through, boys, and we're going to head back to Atch. I mean, look, you have put together the reverse sweep montage for Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. Do you think it's going to happen again in this, or do you think Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons can actually close out this series before they manage to start throwing it away a little bit?
If by happen again, you mean, do you think I'm going to make another video? The answer is most definitely no, because it took me an embarrassingly long time. I think, particularly in a best of 7, a reverse sweep, obviously, would certainly be worthy of a video. It's very, very unlikely to turn up, I think, a reverse sweep here. I think this series will be close, but I've got to admit, from the way I've seen them play so far, ULB, I've really liked the way they played throughout the groups. I think they were perhaps a little unfortunate to not end up in a higher position. It came down to a couple of really close series for them. So I think I've got to give it to them, but I would not be surprised at all to see at least 6 or 7 games here.
And by them, you are going with ULB, in fact?
100%, yeah.
Ooh, that's kind of interesting. That's a nice way to kick off this group. I was honestly expecting to see Dusseldorf across the board, and so I'm going to go across to Iberia because you looked a little bit surprised at what Hatch just said.
Yeah, I just don't really have the confidence in UOB, as in, well, they seem all over the place right there. In Germans, they're always incredibly structured, so I kind of think that Dusseldorf will have a pretty good counter to the UOB playstyle. That being said, at UOB, they have those pop-off moments, but I do think I'm going to stick with Dusseldorf here in a 4-2 fashion.
4-2 to Dusseldorf, and that means that we do come to the scary man himself, the Slenderman of the EURC stream, sitting there in his room, absolutely terrifying players, keeping them off their game. Tylacto, which of these teams have you chosen to curse this time around?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping ULB can sort of get that lack of pressure, given the fact they've performed well. They did get out of their group with the losing record, but I mean, I love ULB, but I think Dusseldorf are just a different tier of team in this tournament. I honestly kind of expect it to be a 4-0. I would want to give ULB the credit of getting games, but I think it would probably be at the expense of the Dusseldorf throwing dragons.
Yep. I mean, that's one way to look at it. Look, I mean, it's only a 2-series sample size that we're basing this off as well. We want to point out Dragons have had some very strong performances across the rest of the tournament. And against 2 strong teams, we've just seen Erasmus sweep one of the other teams. The other team that they lost to, the Berlin Basilisks, another strong team. So Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons, as much as we're making fun of them here on the stream, they're a very strong side. And for that reason, I think I'm going to throw my lot in with them as well. I'm going to say that I think Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons are going to come up against the ULB side that haven't been particularly tested since groups, and when they were tested in groups, they didn't necessarily look all that strong at times. And so I think, like you said, Tylacto, it's just maybe a tier above for Dusseldorf, and they will be coming through with a strong series. And look, Ash, we have a little bit of time left. I'm going to throw it back to you. It's a lot of peer pressure right now. Are you going to stick with ULB? Are you sure about this?
Yes. Yeah, I am.
Good.
Those watching on Monday might remember that Iberia came into our cast, Essex versus Kiel, called me out for being a madman live on stream, and I think I got my prediction and my game score almost exactly right. So, it's a rogue one, I'll give you that. I would say, you play this series 100 times, Dusseldorf will win more often than not, but we're only playing it once, and I think ULB certainly have a chance.
Yeah, sometimes it takes being a little bit rogue. Sometimes it takes a madman to say the truth that others refuse to see. And last Monday, that was Atch. Atchnell, we're going to have to see if it is you again. And for that, we are going to leave you and Hyperia to try to be a little bit nicer to each other when we leave this time around, boys. Me and Tylacto are going to take ourselves away. Have a fun cast.
Yeah, I think last time I called you a psychopath. So
you did, yeah. Don't worry, I've remembered.
Psychopaths never forget, do they? So no. No, but moving into this series, I do like that right now. You're the only prediction that's on UOB, and well, I'm the only one left over, so it's a little bit of a 50-50. It's going to be an interesting series for sure. Dusseldorf, they've been memed all about, so that's something they're going to be fighting against as well. If they do end up losing, let's say they're up 3-0 and they all of a sudden lose that 4th game, they are going to be thinking about, okay, we cannot get a reverse sweep because the amount of memes would be absolutely ridiculous, so we cannot lose here.
Well, you say that, and we've just been informed, and actually having just tuned into the test lobby, I probably could have noticed myself, but Mindful Pony absent. They didn't elect to tell us in advance about this, but Dusseldorf playing with a sub, Mr. Nice Guy coming out again. I think we saw him once or twice during the group stage. A perfectly capable sub, obviously, very good player. Anyone who's playing sub or not is always going to be very good for these guys, but we've seen it before. Subs can, ruin a team's chances. I think Kiel would probably say that was a big factor in their, less than stellar performances domestically and in Europe. I think a lot of people expecting them to go a very long way, and a lot of roster changes, meaning that they didn't quite manage that. So we'll have to see if that will really affect Dusseldorf as much as they did in the other matches.
And this all of a sudden throws a spanner in the works. Everybody pretty much predicted Dusseldorf to be winning. But now,
in advance. My psychic powers.
So smart, honestly.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
so
yeah,
far ahead of the rest of us. Absolutely insane. Well, Dusseldorf, let's see what they can come out with. Obviously, with that substitute, it's going to be putting a little bit spanner in the works in prediction-wise, but it shouldn't matter in the game, and it can be underway. Game number 1, UOB versus Dusseldorf. Game and Dragons is underway, and it seems with Timmer, he's not off to a decent start. He has a lot of boots, but Volkos taking control. Sees can't quite get the angle, and UOB, they're getting off to a phenomenal start, and even netting a goal. SlyX within 11 seconds already scoring.
Well, it's a strong start from the Belgian boys. You know, it was fairly simple, with a perhaps slightly fortunate bounce even coming up off that ramp at the bottom, and you know, they'll take it. They'll take it. The ULB not one to pass up opportunities, like you say, an early lead for them, but plenty of time for Dusseldorf to work their way back.
Plenty of time, and now all of a sudden with that substitute news that we all of a sudden got in, it kind of seems like a doom scenario right now with being 1 goal down, and maybe even Tunis Timmer makes a phenomenal error off the sidewall. Another shot comes in, and SlyX puts his second one in, and that was a player that I was a little bit afraid of when I made my prediction. SlyX, he's always showing up massively for UOB, and once again he's coming in clutch.
Yeah. Again, 110 kph was a very good shot, but it was a shot that he was given, really, more than one that he earned. Dusseldorf a little bit shaky at the start here, turned it round. The Belgian side have been clinical, but they haven't had to work very hard to make their chances so far.
They do have plenty of time, but you don't want to be in this position ever, and they're getting pressed back in that position every single time. Dusseldorf, they're not looking strong right now, as it's UOB once again advancing on the opposing side. Limbo wanted that 100 pad, did not manage to grab it, so Volkos, he can whip that one right back in. Timmer not getting the take that he was looking for. That allows UOB to clear it out of defense once again.
Yeah, you know, better from Dusseldorf there, I think. They did well to work that forward slowly, but didn't manage to get it into a position where there might be any sort of end product. They might get another shot at it here. Limbo looking for something spectacular, but the ball's bounced straight down, ruined his life. So unfortunate for him. SlyX looking for a pinch, probably not that pinch. That's a great pass. Limbo's there off the crossbar. Dusseldorf struggling to find the same clinicality that the Brussels side have had so far.
It's literally been that one attack that they have had, and now so UOB on the other side, getting a second touch off the goal line. Meister, nice guy, making it as awkward as it can be, missing the ball on the sidewall there as well. And the sub that you said is obviously very capable, is not really showing the signs right here. It's only Timmer back, he managed to clear it out. But Dusseldorf, apart from that one attack, they have not really looked that strong. Hold my thought for a second, they still aren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, again, close from Dusseldorf, but there's only so many chances that they're going to get. You know, 3 minutes on the clock, they'll probably get another couple, but you'd hope from their point of view that they would have scored at least one of these by now.
They need to be getting something more. UOB once again, massive boom towards that other side. It's able to actually get a decent hit. Volkos struggling to get a proper hit on it. Let's see what Dusseldorf can do. They've moved on towards the opposing side. They are near the box. Can they actually put it in there for a seizable opportunity? It's looking as if it might not be the case. As UOB, they're awfully efficient at clearing the ball away. And Timmer manages to save it, but still for Dusseldorf, not looking great.
I mean, no, it's not looking bad, must be said. That's a great shot and a fantastic save from SlyX there. Absolutely brilliant work. You know, ULB, have done some fantastic defending there. We say Dusseldorf's attack hasn't been brilliant, but especially just before, Dusseldorf worked a great opportunity. ULB made some touches in their own corner that I thought were very, very risky, but they got it all under control, got it out very nicely and efficiently, like you said. And, Dusseldorf, they've still got time, but they need to stop missing the ball.
That's usually a decent start. Just stop missing the ball for it, and score more than your opponent's always a good one as well.
Yeah.
Sees and looks to help along Timmer, but putting it right in front of his hands. A little bit of an awkward rotation in that defensive side. Limbo, what can he do? He can get a pinch towards his own net. It gets cleared out by Timmer, but it's all those valuable seconds off the clock now, and they have to reset from defense.
Yeah, but that's better. That's again on target. Again, Brussels defender just gets a nick on the ball. SlyX got up in time, didn't get the clean win, but got enough to force it high. Ball goes up, misses the ball. A demo, double demo in fact now, and SlyX has thrown himself at that Limbo. 2-on-1 potentially, but he's missed his flick. Final minute approaching. It needs to come through soon for Dusseldorf if they want anything from game one.
And they need to do it so incredibly quickly. This moment, they are still stuck up in defense, trying to get out, trying to get away from it. Timur just to get a touch, but that is all that he is able to get. Sees off the sidewall. Mousy is sensor. UOB, they're just possessing the play so much right now as Slyax gets the second touch. Can't quite send it on target, but there's still so much time wasted on the UOB side that Dusseldorf really have to capitalize right here, right now. Otherwise, this comeback is going to be impossible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's already sort of verging on unlikely territory, but they could get one here. Not quite, not quickly enough. Didn't quite manage it, and there we go. Limbo off to the right-hand wall. He'll go for this again. And it's gone down. That should be it now. Final 10 seconds. An open goal for Volkov. No boost. He's lofted it high. Sliak looking for something spectacular. He will find it. What a shot from Sliak to seal out game one. Not particularly crucial, but very, very good to watch.
And that is the first game, and also the hat trick for Slyax on the board. 5 seconds remain. Nothing is going to be happening for Dusseldorf. They can write this game off and start thinking about the next one. Now we can actually start talking about the next few ones as well, as Dusseldorf with their sub look unconvincing. They get a goal here at the hands of the sub as well, but it doesn't really matter. It's a kickoff goal, and well, we see that UOB weren't really trying to keep that one out with everything they could have done. So Dusseldorf, all they have is a tiny grain of momentum going into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, long series, best of 7 means they've got plenty of time to get things sorted out. They don't need to worry about losing game 1 or even game 2 if it comes to that. And you know, one thing that I'm sure they might have noticed is that they can no longer be reverse swept. So that's something that, you know, might have been playing on their minds. We did rip them a bit for it on the panel, but not possible anymore. You know, losing game 1 is, of course, the most efficient way to prevent a reverse sweep. So Dusseldorf, they have work to do, but I don't think it's anywhere near curtains for them just yet.
It's just impressive how smart they are regarding that. We don't want to be reverse swept.
High
Okay,
IQ
have
play.
the first game.
Yeah.
It's honestly, sometimes you just gotta resort to that. If they outbrain your opponents at the start. And Dusseldorf, apparently they are going to be showing a massive second game here.
Yeah.
I really hope they do as well. I don't want to see a blowout from UOB. It would be unfortunate. I want to see Dusseldorf at least kind of get back into it. But it is going to be a struggle for them since UOB just controlled the pace entirely.
Yeah, they did. You know, UOB played really, really well in that first match, and their defence as well. Really, really solid. You know, sometimes it was a little bit stretched, but they always managed to get the touches out, working it out together as a team from their own back line. Did really, really well. So as we get into this game too, I'm sure, from their point of view, just need more of the same. And left of that.
Oh, hello. This is a decent start. Timur has an opportunity, sees, clears it out directly, though, and any shred of opportunity that Dusseldorf had. Instead, they have to defend against it. Limbo gets a touch, but is it going to be good enough? Slike still has a little bit of boost remaining, pops it off the backboard into Vocals. Vocals can't quite rip a shot. It will be on target. The boost is running low on the UOB side, also on the Dusseldorf side, and then a miss like that could be absolutely fatal. UOB, they've backed up, they've gathered some boost. It's not enough for them to get a proper attack though.
No, but like you say, they have almost full control over the entire pitch. He's going to get another mid boost. That's a great pinch. Will buy Dusseldorf some time. It won't buy them any boost. It's the nice guy using quite a lot of his to get that touch, which is just straight over to Steve. All of the ULB players keeping their boost well. That's the first of the midfield boosts in the tank of Dusseldorf players, but Rakes has got it over one. Timur's up. Limbo looking for something spectacular, but that's a key bump. Steve just needs to get there, but he ran out of boost at the wrong moment. It's end-to-end stuff here in game 2.
Yeah, UOB, they are not dominating as much anymore. They don't have those 2 early goals. And Dusseldorf are all of a sudden playing in a regular playing field and not have to fight from behind. Limbo, ceiling he goes, still has it flipped, Slikes gets in the way of it. Now Timur aims to take over, whip it towards the backboard. It's not going to be good enough as UOB. They are still solid in defense and incredibly organized, where I'm seeing a completely different UOB than I saw them against York.
You know, I think perhaps York maybe outclassed ULB at their own kind of game, that kind of wild card, you know, ultra enthusiastic approach that York, you know, anyone who's watched some British uni stuff will know York for. But in this kind of situation, Dusseldorf seems to be giving ULB quite a lot of time You know, they're trying to work things slowly and methodically, and ULB are just throwing themselves at things, and not in a sort of, you know, overexcited way, but in a way that gets them opportunities like that, and then they're obviously good enough to convert them. Volkos puts them onto the good.
That is not a hit you were looking for, Teamer. You probably want to go the other way. So next time, try and do that better. A little bit of a regain moment right now for Dusseldorf. A tiny mistake, but it is so costly, as that is also the first goal that lands in this game. The ULB, can they work with this momentum that they just got from that goal? Sees he's looking to do exactly that, Stikes. All he needs to do is get in the way, but Mr. Nice Guy manages to get back in time and get the ball out of the net. Is it going to be good enough, though? They could still suffer a concede the goal right there, but it's actually looking at Mr. Nice Guy is able to move across the pitch. There's just not really that much pressure out of Dusseldorf, though.
No, it's a shame. You know, they did really well to work that out of defense. It looked like it was almost certainly going to be 2 for Brussels in this second game. Volkos trying to make sure it is now. Sees up, plenty of boost, but not sure what he's going to manage. He gets it over Mr. Nice Guy into a corner. No follow-up immediately. CX will get cleared over by Timo. Where's Limbo? Limbo choosing to hang back. Sees has no boost. No one else knows that, so he nicks that back boost. Shot coming in. Sliex chooses to play it slow. That could be very, very smart. Timo forced up in an awkward situation, but he'll manage to carry it away. And for now, Dusseldorf remain one down.
Dusseldorf, they don't have that much time anymore. The pinch going off the crossbar. It's looking to be landing into the back of the net. Not as of right now, though. ULB still have to work for it, and they do not work hard enough. I guess Demo coming through. Limbo just got all the way through, and there we go. Dusseldorf somehow managed to almost concede a goal, but then go completely down the other end and put it in.
Is an atrocious flick. There's not another way to describe that. I'm hoping Limbo will at least see the funny side in it. He scored it, but my goodness me, I think that's a little bit of fortune there for Dusseldorf. But they played well. You know, I think this game's certainly been a lot more even than game 1 had, so that's a more justified scoreline. And now look, they're pushing again for a lead perhaps. Limbo looking for a shot, and that's an incredible through jump from Sliex. Manages to clear it down, and he's going to keep following it. He's got some boost left in the tank. He looks in field. Limbo with a crucial demo stops a key chance for Brussels.
Yeah, clear out Limbo. Combining with his teammates, like just being that bit quicker. Top bins it goes. I think Seas was there. It was a little bit risky out of Seas. He had a lot of faith that this was into the back of the net.
I panicked. I fully panicked. Seas, I think, was closer to saving that than stealing it. I'm not sure he expected it to come off the post, but in the goal it went. Just a little bit of a stretch. You can almost see why I sympathise with Dusseldorf. It was a fantastic 3-man passing play. Mr. Nice Guy got quite quick up to it. A little fast forward perhaps for him, but you know, as the last minute approaches, ULB have their lead. It's only 1 this time, and looking to make it 2, where Seas just gets caught on the turn. Limbo looking to off the sideboard, and he's beaten to it by Sliex. Volkos is up. That's a free net. No one seems to have told him. He's left the ball well alone. Seas off the backboard. Who's up to it next? It's Timo. Timo looks for Limbo. Limbo's got it over. Momentary trouble here, and Limbo nails the read off the waterfall. Absolutely fantastic work to tie game 2 for Dusseldorf.
Sliex just got a little bit impatient, just wanted to go for it as soon as possible. But Limbo versus Sliex, 2 MVPs almost. It's been absolutely amazing in this game from Dusseldorf. They've really started to show up. They do need to keep on holding tight those final 30 seconds. Sliex going underneath. There was a touchdown of Limbo, making it more awkward for Dusseldorf to clear it out. But Mr. Nice Guy manages a boost with perfection and gets it away. So Limbo has to touch it there. Volkos managed to get him seized and down the opposing side. Mr. Nice Guy sitting very tight on the ground, not wanting to get bumped out of the way. He's still scary for Dusseldorf as Timmer. Yes, he might get the clear, only in towards midfield though. Now that bump, ULB, they have a lot of boost to be working with. Actually, the shot out of Dusseldorf. Timmer, can he get the second tap? He won't be able to get it on target, and we have overtime in game number 2.
Cracker of the game this has been. End-to-end stuff for most of it, and absolutely brilliant work from both teams. Drama in both ends, and Limbo nearly causing himself some there. Sliex gets a pop, but actually wasn't there. Volkos got demoed before he could rush up the left to collect it. Straight to Seas, but Mr. Nice Guy manages to get the done. Great infield pass, and Seas might get back to this, but he gets bumped out of the way again. Dusseldorf doing some very physical defending, working out well for him.
Slyx takes it up into the air. Good touch out of Limbo. You know if Limbo didn't touch it. No, actually, Mr. Nice Guy, hold that thought for a second. It's a double commit out of the ULB side. They managed to deal with it for now, but Timur, he's getting that one right back in. Limbo not having enough boost for it to backflip out. Mr. Nice Guy is all alone on defense. This is floating in front of the net, waiting to be put in, and indeed Slyx takes the matter into his own hands.
Fortunate, both teams had a very shaky start to that overtime, but story of the series so far, really. Dusseldorf's chance didn't quite manage to materialise, and ULB were ready and waiting to capitalise. Took this game too, and they've set themselves up in a commanding position for the rest of the series.
It's been such a good game out of ULB, but Dusseldorf, they've shown up. They've started to show why they're currently in this position and why they're here. It's even with that substitute, it could just go the complete wrong way. ULB, they have got this victory right here, and that is going to be a little bit unfortunate out of Dusseldorf. They were very much obviously hoping to get the victory right there. They only barely got edged out by ULB, and that is going to be a sting for momentum.
Yeah, it was, I think, and again, I'm looking at some of these goals in the replay as we're seeing them here. Pretty much everything that ULB did. They had most of the offensive pressure. They did really well keeping the ball in offense as well. But every goal they had was a chance that they were more given than one they earned. We see there, just on our replay, we saw second goal just beaten out on the three-man passing play. Limbo will be gutted that that double tap didn't come back to help his team. ULB, again, just being really, really clinical, taking chances that they're given, making some chances themselves, but it has mostly been a capitalizing on Dusseldorf mistakes so far.
Yeah, Dusseldorf have been having a little bit of a tough time to really get that consistency in there. That's really their one trap right now, is that they make tiny mistakes where ULB aren't making them. Dusseldorf, they look to be off to a great start though. Mr. Nice Guy off to the backboard. Limbo gets a second touch, puts that on that same backboard. They can't quite find an opportunity as of right now. Double commit, and that is the mistake coming through. Timur now in 13 boost position, managed to pick a few pads up. It is enough to defend, but it's just not the position you want to be in if you're on the side of Dusseldorf.
No, it really isn't. That was, like you say, a brilliant start out the gates for them. Got some early offense going, but then just threw themselves all at the same ball. Not brilliant. It's a good touch from Slyx. It's out. Slyx is required again here, and he 50s it well out to his left-hand side. Not going to get there before Timo. Timo looking for it off the ceiling, doesn't quite read it properly. A really awkward one for him. Although ULB again getting caught up in defense. They need to push out a little bit. C's going to buy them a bit of time.
And Mr. Nice Guy, he bumps the attacker coming in just to make sure that the counter-attack was going to be a prolonged progress. And Limbo intercepts Slyx in his air double, really awakens him. Now sees into the air, he takes it. 50 boost in the tank won't mean that much as Mr. Nice Guy, he gets outplayed, but Timur is just standing right there to make sure that he gets the interception. ULB, they're looking very strong. Slyx can't quite get the touch there. Sees can't manage to actually get it past Limbo. Mr. Nice Guy also can't get the shot, but there is a demo in the goal. So Slyx has to step up and make the save. Instead it Sees. It's still not looking good for ULB as another shot off to the backboard. They can't quite get it in as of right now. Sees once again with the clear out.
Yeah, and again, it's not looked pretty at times from ULB, and that time it really wasn't quite enough. I was just about to say they've had just about the answers so far, but this time Mr. Nice Guy lofts it high, spots the gap on the backboard, and Limbo up and ready for that. Good offense from Dusseldorf, and I believe the first time they've had the lead this series.
They very much are for the first time in the lead here, but they do need to prove it in those final 3 minutes 20 seconds. ULB, they've got plenty of time, and as I said, Dusseldorf, they're not prone to completely go errorless. As Timur makes the mistake right there, the ULB can't quite capitalize, and it's seeming as if they are very much struggling to be punishing towards the mistakes out of Dusseldorf here.
Yeah, I mean, that's been their bread and butter so far, has been getting big offensive pushes out of Dusseldorf's overcommitments and things like that. To be fair, I think Dusseldorf have definitely tightened up in this game 3, but there have still been opportunities. It's just ULB haven't been taking them quite as well. This could be a start of one here. Volkov, gets a little bit tied up with C's, and the ball goes begging.
Well, Mr. Nice Guy can't quite get it past Slyx. What can he do? He's only got 30 boosts and can't combine with Vocal. Just kind of throws it away towards the Dusseldorf side. The demo comes through. Dusseldorf, this is the time to capitalize with the infield pass. Just a little bit too far infield as it reaches the other side where Limbo was not. Timmer with a good interception, otherwise that would have been landing on target. Mr. Ice got the second touch, sends it forward. Timmer can't outpace Seeds, but he can put pressure on them. And UOB, they are under pressure a lot right now.
They really are. It's becoming something of a siege here from Dusseldorf. They need something, you know, they've been, so far this series, very good at working their way out of defense. But I think that's actually been in large part because Dusseldorf's slow, methodical offense had not really got going. But now, in this game 3, they do seem to be having that play. You know, they were making a fair few missed touches in game 1 and 2, but they seem to have vanished, and it's causing UOB some problems.
You love to be seeing that. You don't want to see another one of those 4-0 sweeps, which actually isn't a 4-0 sweep. Slice infield pass.
There we go.
Perfect. Sees all he really has to do is press the jump button and flip forward. That was a phenomenal passing play.
Brilliant. 132 kph, not much more you could ask for there for Brussels side. Absolutely brilliant. UOB, they've done their passing really, really well all season long. Something I love seeing out of them. They do it so well. And they've got it back into their game 3 here. Looking, of course, to put themselves on an early match point.
They could just do it right here. UOB, they're on the verge of being on match points. They do have 1 minute 20. They could just be on the verge right here. Timmer, final man back once again, makes a save. He's been so clutch in that scenario every single time. Sees still sneaking underneath, whipping it to the back where it's Limbo. He catches it and absolutely picks apart out of Dusseldorf as well. Vocals sending it right back to where it came from. Mr. Nice Guy, he gets a touch, but then Slikes just aerial assaults the opponent. Double commit will lead to all the offense from UOB completely gone. Slikes actually with a backflip pops it up, able to get the second touch, or it's just allowed to take that second touch. How did Slikes have this much time?
My thoughts exactly. Limbo and Mr. Nice Guy, I think, both just assumed that the other was going to take it. Neither did. You say, yeah, it's given enough time to score multiple goals, but he only needed the one. ULB, they've trailed more of this game, but they will take the lead late, and if they can hold it for another 45 seconds, they'll only need one more win here.
Sykes once again off that cycle, they just massively dropped the ball in Dusseldorf, and I did see in the replay that they were just fresh out of boost. There was absolutely nothing they could have done to try and challenge that, because they would have just ran out of boost early on. Maybe you still have to get a body up there and have someone be in the way. Sykes once again with an infield pass is getting a little bit dangerous because the setup took incredibly long. Dusseldorf saw that coming from a mile away. Now Timmer, can he pop it down? He almost gets it on target. I think he might have gotten off ceiling. Reset, but the final 12 seconds are going to be pivotal for Dusseldorf, but it doesn't really matter anymore as Slyx puts in his, I think, 6th for this series and puts UOB 2 goals in the lead.
Yeah, you can't fault Dusseldorf for that there. They had to start pushing time really not on their side. They needed an equaliser. You know, they can't get down about conceding another there. That's just a price you have to be willing to pay when you're chasing a lead, and not the end of the world. You know, they're not going to get anything out of this game now, but they'll need to, they'll need to force me to make a video at this point. That is the only way they're going to carry on in the EURC this season, is with a reverse sweep. ULB have looked absolutely on fire so far.
What if, right? What if this is just an all an elaborate plot to
Could
set
be.
themselves up
Could be.
for the reverse sweep and now just completely tear apart UOB? I see it happening. Dusseldorf, they've got the capability, but they do need to lay the foundation, and that foundation will obviously be happening in game number 4, as we're looking at yet another series which could just end in a sweep. It doesn't really deserve to be one, which makes it incredibly scary out of Dusseldorf. They're not going to be happy with the current scoreline whatsoever. They have to accept it and move on.
I mean, I fully understand where you're coming from. It feels like this series should be closer, but from the performance that Dusseldorf have put out so far, I can't really see that ULB didn't deserve to win any of these games individually. Like you say, it's not the kind of thing, you don't, if this comes out 4-0, you go, oh, that's a bit unfair. All the games have been really close, But Dusseldorf had a lead and had, I think, a couple of good chances to double it early on in that game number 3. ULB really looked a bit shaky, particularly in the first part of it. But they managed to hold it out, keep it at 1, and turn it around later on. So they've played really, really well. Dusseldorf, like you say, will feel very hard done by not to get at least a game out of it, but they'll need every game from here on out.
it's still really looking like UOB is able to resume that pressure that they had in that initial game, which was honestly one of the most dominating games in this entire series, or that just was the most dominating game out of UOB. Apart from that, already plays a Limbo from an angle, gets the shot on target, and that is Dusseldorf once again in the lead.
Brilliantly there, basically no boost left by the time he lands on the wall, recovers perfectly, flicks it out. Can't fault the Brussels defence for not expecting it, because nor was I, but Dusseldorf have an early lead again here. Just remains to be seen whether they can keep a hold of it.
Vocals is looking to press the issue already, gets the pass into C's, who's trying to backflip it in, not too sure whether that is the best opportunity. Limbo gets their first slice. They very smartly kind of force Limbo to clear it out. Now, what are they doing on defense? It's very awkward for UOB. It's also very awkward for Dust. I think bumps happening left, right, and center, which is going to be messing with every single part of the rotation. Sees somehow gets an incredibly weak hit that throws off the entire defense, but Dusseldorf managed to hold on.
Wow, I thought Caesar scored. Volkros has scored now. Again, Dusseldorf just struggling to get the ball out of their own half. Sliex pops it up, dots Limbo. It's actually a brilliant play from him. Not sure if he meant much about it, but Volkros capitalizes, and again, ULB, they're taking the chances they get, and they've tied it up here in a crucial game 4.
That is a very awkward run of play for Limbo. He's just sitting there underneath, doesn't expect anything, and then all of a sudden his opponent drops down right in front of him, so he's not able to move, and then an opportunity once again sees, can't quite find the angle. Limbo, he centers it regardless, and they're all low on boost. The highest being Timur on 50, and he's obviously slowly dwindling as well. He's looking to move across the pitch, does send an absolute boomer, so that should be enough boost regain for Dusseldorf here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they've done well there, I think, to get it far enough out, and that's a brilliant clear. Force ULB right back into their own corner. Again, look, Sliex has done brilliantly. He's going to get another touch there. Is that just going to go all the way in? Not quite. Timo forced to make a fantastic save, but ULB seem to have all of the answers defensively. They can take one man to carry it out. They can carry it out together as a team. It doesn't seem to matter. Volkos looking for something spectacular. Does he have a flick? He didn't quite get it. It looks like unfortunate from him, but just again, they've got all of the offensive pressure.
And that is what you need to do in defense, offense, wherever. Switch it up. Try and get something different going, because then you'll throw off your opponent. If they send a man early every single time, just send a boomer past it for once instead of trying to air dribble or something. That is something that a lot of people struggle with, is to try and switch it up. UOB are doing that with perfection here. It's currently tied up to Dusseldorf. They very much got a chance in this series. It's just looking a little bit silly from them at times.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is just a bit unfortunate for them, not the kind of performance we've become accustomed to. Perhaps, you know, playing with the sub is causing them to make these kinds of little tiny rotational errors, things like that we've seen from them, double commits. But ULB have been making double commits too. It just seems to me that ULB have been slightly better at punishing the mistakes coming out of Dusseldorf than vice versa.
Yeah, it's true. Those tiny mistakes out of Dusseldorf really are punished directly, and that is the huge difference right now. That UOB, they don't really make those terrible mistakes that put you in a terrible position. Now Vocals off the sidewall can't quite touch the ball, and that's what I mean. Yes, Vocals made a mistake, but is it really as threatening? No, he makes it on the opposing side. In defense, UOB have not really made a lot of mechanical errors. As a miss does come through, and another one. Please don't prove me completely wrong now. Okay, they do get it out, but UOB, that was not great.
That was not great, but it was, you know, in a fashion that we've seen a couple of times in a couple of matches. It was good enough, you know, and they haven't conceded from it because they couldn't quite manage to capitalise. That was a great dunk and flip reset from Timo. Nice guy. Not expecting that bounce. It was a bit harsh. I was fully backing on that one. Volkos. Do you have an open net? No. Timo back. Did worry a bit for Limbo there, but final minute approaches. It's getting really, really tense. And of course, ULB can afford to just throw some things and see what sticks. The football has to be a lot more careful.
Oh, what a pass in between. That was absolutely amazing. Sliex looking for the passing fields. Limbo, we got the better of him. Sliex just popping that up, extending time for his teammates. It's a good communication with C's. He gets a hit on it in Vocals. On the defensive end, no one pressuring him whatsoever except Limbo now. So rips the shot. Vocals with the safe double commit out of UOB. They're making the tiny mistakes. In Dusseldorf, they're up in the pressure. They know they have to go, but the last time we did see them in this position, they very much dropped a goal very much early after their own attack. They do not do that right now, but they are going on the counter.
They are, but like I say, you know, we've seen them a couple of times go on offense, slightly stretch, and then get punished very quickly by ULB. The last time we saw an overtime, that was exactly what happened. ULB looked very ropey, but it didn't quite matter, and that could be it. Tease capitalizes on a key bump from his teammate. I think it was Sliex, works the ball out, makes a nuisance of himself in the goal, and seizes up to make the shot. Dusseldorf have 14 seconds left to turn this series around.
It's a shaky shot, though. It was
Yeah,
very much not really the way.
It really was. Yeah.
Not the way you want to see it go into the back of the net. But now Dusseldorf, they need to get moving. Mr. Nice Guy with 100 boost might just do exactly that. Can't quite get an air drill with Limbo. Did he pre-jump? I'm pretty sure he pre-jumped, and that allows Slikes to completely take it down the other end. And goodbye to your points if Dusseldorf cannot manage to keep it up. Whoever put like 20 points right here on UOB, they're going to be incredibly comfortable. Dusseldorf, they're so very much looking to do so. But Limbo
my goodness.
the ball still lands in front of the goal. Somehow that is being kept up. But UOB, they've just pulled up a massive upset and swept Dusseldorf.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for all of my bravado and bluster on the panel, that is a huge upset, particularly in that fashion. I was not envisioning this, put it that way. I think UOB had every chance of winning this game. I thought it would be a bit closer. You know, Dusseldorf, they played well. They didn't play badly at all. It was maybe just one or two tiny mistakes a game that, you know, that were really well capitalized upon by the Belgian side. But at this level, that's all it takes. And ULB, despite coming into Group C as the 6th seed in that group alone, will become one of the final 12 teams in the tournament and maybe one of the final 3 teams from that group.
And it just really highlights how high level we're currently playing at. Those tiny misses, one of them can completely cost you the entire series. So it really highlights that kind of regard of you need to play almost perfectly. With the sub, that's just going to become a lot harder no matter how good the sub really is. It's not necessarily the main squad, people that you play often with, people that you have a set rotation with. You really need to try and adapt very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you'd think best of 7 obviously would favour, you know, if you had to play a series with a substitute, you would kind of hope it would be in a longer format. You get more time to bed in and try and figure things out. But LB seemed to have every answer that they needed to have. It looked shaky at times, you know, it was far from a perfect series from ULB. They had times where the defence looked a bit wobbly, and they'll be looking to tighten that up perhaps before their next match. But you know, it's a really, really good performance from them, and I think they should be really pleased with it.
Yeah, very much. And well, whoever they're going to be up against will become clear in the next series, which will be Fair Play Martini versus Berlin Basilisk. And I assume that everybody knows what's coming. We will be heading to a tiny little break, and we shall see you right back.
evening, and welcome back to European Rocket League games done quick, because listen, we are speed running our way through tonight's schedule, our second 4-0 of the night, and we are joined by SlyX, part of ULB, an instrumental part of a huge win over Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. SlyX, you got to feel pretty good. We were kind of maybe doubting you a little bit coming out of groups, you know, fifth seed coming out of your group, but I mean, you're looking strong so far in playoffs.
Exactly. I'm just playing the game like in solo standard, and it's working. It's working.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Your opponent's playing to a solar standard level then as well is a good thing that's showing up so far. And long may it continue throughout this tournament. And I have to tell you, SlyX, there was only one person on the desk before the last game who actually believed in you, who actually thought that ULB was going to win the series. And he's joining us here as well. Achnal, I think you have to take a bow on this one. And if you have any questions to follow up with SlyX, then you probably fire away.
Excellent, I shall. I mean, yeah, you know, I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to just sort of say, you know, I told you so on the desk. But yeah, I think even with all of my bravado and bluster beforehand, I wasn't expecting such a sort of one-sided series out of you guys. I thought maybe it would be a bit closer. My main question for you, SlyX, is do you think that Dusseldorf playing with a sub, did that change your game plan? Do you reckon you found it a bit different, or were you just coming in with an idea of what you wanted to do and you just did it?
I didn't even know that I had a sub. So.
Oh, there you go. That answers my question perfectly. Fair enough.
Yeah. The only guy I knew was Limbo.
No, that's not him. Yeah, no, Mr. Nice Guy was stepping in tonight. Okay. He's normally not on their roster, but there you go. If you didn't even know, clearly it didn't make much of a difference for you guys.
Yep, the solar standard game plan worked out anyway. Yeah,
exactly.
You'd love to hear it. And Hyperia was there as well. I think important to note. Also bet wrong on the desk. So listen, SlyX, if you need to get any quick digs in at anyone, you know, if he doubted you, feel free. But Hyperia is probably going to ask you a question first. Feel free to insult him afterwards, though.
At the start, I did say SlyX is the man who I'm most worried about to prove my prediction wrong. So let's just get that out of the way real quick as well. Clear my name here completely. But obviously, looking towards the next series, which is literally going to be coming up. And the loser of that will be your opponents. Do you have any preference in who to come up against, Martini or Berlin Basilisks?
I don't really know. I don't get informed a lot. So yeah, I don't have time for those. So I just play against our opponents, and it's great. But hoping I'll make you bet for us next time.
Yeah. A bit more of a challenge, maybe. Yeah. And so, I guess the last thing we have to ask you is, at this point, ULB, you know, as we were saying, you were a little bit shaky in groups, came out at the 5th seed. How deep at this point do you really feel like you can make it in the tournament?
Like the past interview, like we could go first, we could go last. It's really about like the time of the match. It's not about really raw skill, raw level. It's more about like warm-up conditions. So I don't know. Maybe we could go like second if you are really, really good, because there is like Tigri and Naflo. I don't know how to spell, but it's like this team is really scary. But I think we can even beat them. Maybe I don't know their third, but we can maybe beat them even if we're on a great day.
Oh, those are some strong words coming out from you, SlyX. We could maybe even take Berlin Phoenixes on our day. SlyX, thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. And listen, at this point, I think we all have to hope for the ULB Berlin Phoenix matchup.
Thanks a lot. See you guys.
Thank you. So SlyX joining us from ULB, who have just knocked Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons out of the tournament in emphatic fashion. We are going to be joined back by Tylacto. And Tylacto, that's some confidence coming out of ULB.
Yeah, I mean, to go all the way, I mean, that would be quite the quote. I'm going to say that we're probably all unanimously feeling that is definitely a stretch too far. They'll have to get past FHDW first. That game will be next week. Then the winner of Bournemouth against Tilburg. If they get further than those two games, you can colour me a massive clown face. I don't care, because I will be massively impressed. I'm very happy for ULB to have gone this far, despite their losing record out of groups. They beat York 4-2. They've beaten Dusseldorf 4-0. Even if there's a sub coming in, Mr. Nice Guy is still a perfectly okay player, you know? Like, if they had their full roster playing like that, Brussels were far more than I was personally expecting as well. So we really need to give them, certainly I need to give them more credit as well, as they are still very much alive in this tournament.
They definitely are, and I think, you know, have come up against their first real test in playoffs, and they have not been found wanting. But you know, speaking of teams and universities that have potentially been found a little bit wanting, we're going to see another Groningen Fair Play side this evening. Mojitos knocked out of the competition on Monday, but their sister team, Groningen Fair Play Martini, the Dutch champions, coming in. As we mentioned earlier, they had the exact same score as their sister team in the groups, but the difference being they started in the upper bracket because they got first in their group. So Groningen Fair Play Martini will be up against the Berlin Basilisks in our next game. And I fear you're looking at it, it's another Dutch versus German matchup. I feel like we've seen these a lot in the tournament, and it's been going pretty evenly, honestly.
It's been going pretty decently and evenly on both sides, but it's just been, well, today especially, just sweeps all around. And the first German team, FHDW, getting swept by Erasmus. Now, I'm a little bit afraid in a way that it might just be happening once again here, even though Martini, they are pretty much playing their first game in playoffs. They are still so incredibly strong, and they really move as a unit, which you don't really see that much in Uni Rocket League, since it's just teams left, right, and center grab players from wherever you can. Everybody who's decent, just get on the team. Doesn't really matter how much chemistry you have, and Martini have a lot of chemistry, and that's going to benefit them massively.
It could keep the heads up if they do start to drop a couple of games, because I think that's kind of been the story of the two series we've seen so far tonight, is once you start to fall behind, it's difficult to actually pull yourself back up out of that. But if we look back, at Martini's, we're saying they have good chemistry, we're saying they're doing well. They are the only first seed to come out of groups who dropped more than one series. And beyond that, they did also pick up a 3-0 win against a Bournemouth who were playing with a substitution during that series. So Martini's, Achnal, I think you have to say, probably not the strongest first seed coming through. And Berlin Basilisks are going to be a tough opponent for them. Yeah,
100%. I think obviously all of these groups were relatively evenly matched, but in any group setting, there's always going to be harder groups and slightly easier groups. And I think Berlin Basilisks perhaps had a fair few more tougher matchups than we saw Martini have to deal with. I think a lot of the teams we saw in Group C, like you say, often ended up fielding substitutes, or just generally didn't perform quite as well as we might have expected them to coming in at the start of the season. So they came top, like you say, basically by the skin of their teeth. Basilisks also clinched second in a very, very narrow situation, but they did look fairly confident throughout most of their series here. And, one thing that SleeXL I thought was really interesting, so he came on for our interview, he said, I think at this stage, it's less about how good anyone is and more about how warmed up everyone is, how seriously people are taking it, what stage of preparation they're in. And I think that does really make a huge difference to any series at this point.
Absolutely. It's something we talked about before that last game as well, is playoffs nerves could be kicking in for some of these teams. Martini's now haven't played for a week as well. First time on the big stage in the playoff situation, and Thailacta, it's going to be a little bit rough for them against the Basilisks, who have already beaten their sister team in the tournament as well. They beat Mojitos 3-2 in the group, and that was part of what helped clinch them that second place.
Yeah, it really is. The Basilisks coming in more warmed up, as you say, playing just last week, whereas 2 weeks since Martinis have played, and yet despite that, I think these are two great units of a team. Neither of these teams really have that individual standout player. It's just them sort of feel-good teams that you see them on the field and you want them to do well. One from the Netherlands, one from Germany, and I would be shocked if this was a 4-0 sweep in either direction. In fact, I'm really hoping and holding out for a fantastic series out of this one.
Yeah, so we're hoping tonight. It's 4-0s are fun once or twice. It's a refresher between more intense series. But look, we'd like to see a proper series at some point this evening. We've had our warm-ups. We want to go for the full main course on this one. And so, Hyperia, I'm going to come to you. You going to back the Dutch team? Or listen, you could betray your country and go for the German team in predictions here.
Never. I would never betray my country. Don't even make it a possibility that I would do so. No, but just in all realistically, I've seen Martini play a fair bit, and I've not necessarily seen the most out of Berlin Basilisks, so I'm not really too sure what to expect out of the matchup out of the get-go. So I do think Martini will play it, but that is for sure with two biases in there. One being, well, they're Dutch. Two, I've seen them play more, so I know what they really play at, whereas I haven't seen Berlin Basilisks. So yes, I think Martini, but I just hope for a good game for once.
Yeah, that'd be nice. We were looking for a series score, 4-2, 4-3.
Ooh, okay, that is the frisky right now. I'll say 4-3 purely because I won that game 7 finally happening.
That's fair. And Achnal, look, you're the man who manages to predict these things correctly. So we'll come to you next. Please predict a game 7 so we can get it.
Right, firstly, let's not, you inflate my ego anymore, it'll pop. But I think, these guys, I said it last time, I was wrong. I think that perhaps did have a bit to do with the substitute coming out of Dusseldorf, the fact that series wasn't quite as close as I predicted. ULB, I think, did reap the benefits of that a little bit. I think this series will be close. It's a very, very tough one to call. And while I did say that the Basilisks played very confidently throughout their groups, I do have to think that in a Game 7 scenario, in a sort of long series like this one, the experience, the chemistry of Martini here will really help them. I think we could go the distance, but I will sit back on a 4-2 win for the Martinis.
That's absolutely fair. So two casters now going for Martinis. At least there will be some harmony when you actually get into game this time around, boys.
Yeah.
But we still have Tylacto to give a prediction on this one as well.
I'm worried about the Martinis. Not for them. I'm worried that they might be a little too good. I think they're a team very well structured. They do a good job of spacing. And whilst I love watching the Berlin Basilisks, I have seen a huge recurring trend in that they're so good at keeping up unrelenting pressure. They leave themselves incredibly vulnerable to the counter attack. And I think Martinis will do a fantastic job of that. And because of that, I'm going to ignore what I just said, and I'm still going to predict the Berlin Basilisks because I like them.
That's entirely fair. Tylacto's going to stick with the Basilisks. I think common sense now says I should, predict the Martinis just because Achnal has predicted them and Tylacto has predicted the opposite. But I'm actually going to join Tylacto on this one. I think, as you said, unrelenting pressure does sometimes come out of the Basilisks and Martinis. They are a very good team. But tonight we've seen what players can do to teams. Martinis coming in cold after a couple of weeks off. And I think, honestly, Berlin Basilisks could just come in on form and take the Martinis out before they really know what happens. But luckily, we won't have to wait any longer to find out the answer to our predictions. We're going to leave it to Hyperia and Achnal, who are going to take us away through this series.
Oh my. Last time we were on opposite ends. This time we're actually the only smart ones.
We're friends again.
Yeah, we're friends, and we're the only smart ones who are in the analyst desk, because obviously we are going to get this right, and we are definitely not mistaken ever, right?
No, 100%. I do think, in fairness to our esteemed colleagues on the desk, they raise a very good point. This is, in some ways, I think, a bit similar to the kind of dynamic we were expecting from our last series. You expect Martini to be very measured, put on offense slowly, get out counterattacks, obviously, at times, but position themselves well first, worry about everything else second. Basilisks, I think, they're the sort of loose cannons. They will fire off a lot of fancy plays, go for all sorts of stuff to keep the pressure up, and it could catch them out. So I think it comes down to, we said of Dusseldorf last time around, we said that if they can position well and they get their methodical offense going, it will probably come through. But if ULB managed to run the interference and do really well in the midfield, which they did, it would be their game. So I just have, I think, a little more faith in the Martinis' positional play and general sort of game sense. But I think Basilisks will struggle a bit here to get things going.
His first game is going to be all deciding, or just at least setting the pace, as the colours are the wrong way around. Sherma is it's all very weird with the colours right now, but Muskie, Rebel and Zico are on the side of Martini, and Berlin Basilisk are obviously everybody who remains. Moki, Sherma and Yato, they are currently playing on the, let me just make sure, so the red side is Berlin Basilisk and the black side is Fair Play Martini.
Yes, so apologies there for that little bit of confusion, but that will be sorted out very, very soon. And as this fake Martini set up an attack, Sherma looking for the shot here, trying to put his Berlin side into the lead. Zico and Muskie team up to bring it out. Muskie's got a very, very good air dribble, and what? He will be so sad that that registered as a goal for the Basilisks, because that was absolutely incredible from him.
Well, it's still his name flying above it, so he will very much take an absolute zinger. And Zico apparently getting an assist for it. Great job, Zico, for doing absolutely nothing. That is absolutely amazing right there. So it is Fair Play Martini who now take the lead. Okay, clears it out. Can the Berlin side, Berlin Basilisk side now get something back as Yato looking for Mucky is an infield pass. Muskie gets in the way. Muskie already letting his name ring a lot of times here in the series.
Yes, he is, and they've been playing really, really well, but my goodness, when you get so much goals like that out of, must be just there are some things that I think you just can't stop, and that I think might well have been one of them. Rebel again looking for another one. My goodness, Martini's really, really feeling it here as we get just over 90 seconds into game one.
Muskie clears it away from his own goal, gets it out. Or can they actually get something more? Muskie gets in the way of it. Can they actually get it out of their defensive side? Sherma into his own corner. Have to ups it for the safe routes almost, and now it's going to land in front of the target. Sherma gets the clear out. Rebel, he doesn't manage to get anything going. Martini, they're pressing the issue though.
Oh, they are, and they've been playing well. We will just have a very quick colour change going on, just to make sure that everything's back in order. Here we go. The team's in their right colour. Muskie going to have to do another air dribble just to prove that he actually did it the first time, because I saw a Berlin Basilisk player score it, so what can you do? But they're 1 goal to the good, the Martinis, no matter who scored the air dribble and what colour their car was at the time. And as the halfway mark approaches, they've had most of the meaningful pressure, and they have, it must be said, like we predicted, looked very good positionally. Look, there you go. That should be Rebel back enough to prevent the counter from the Basilisks costing them.
So that should have been such
an
awkward situation. Okay, that's slightly wide, but the Sherma, I think it was, just completely jumped underneath the ball and only then started elevating the star. So it's a little bit unfortunate to see from the Berlin Bastards. Rebel with a pinch inwards. Nobody there to actually capitalize. It was way too much power on it regardless. Muskie now getting outplayed. There is one man behind Zico as well, so there's still plenty of time. Plenty of safe spaces going on the Martini side. Off to the backward. Muskie won't be able to reach it this time. Oh my word, Zico's last man is absolutely perfect, and Muskie steals the goal once again.
I mean, that's not how you want to concede, let's be honest. Muskie, easiest goal of his life, just had to jump once, pop it into the net, didn't really have to do anything at all, but he wanted the stats, of course he did. So, that's certainly less glamorous than his first goal, but I think Martini deserves to lead like this at this stage. They've had a lot of decent offense so far in this game one, and they've made it count. Berlin Basilisks, like we predicted, have been struggling to find their form and find their offense against a team that's as well positioned. That might be the way to do it. Getting these key demos might be the way to set themselves up some space.
Monkey got Gomba stumped as well. It's absolutely ridiculous, just a turd on his head being left behind. And now we've got 1 minute 30 to try and get back off to the backboard. Once again, Rebel, final man back, needs to get something fruitful in defense, otherwise they could just concede. It's such a pivotal moment. Martini, they're looking to be off to a great start, especially with Muskie opening up the series like that. And we do need to hold on for this final minute here.
Yeah, I must admit though, while the Basilisks have been having a bit more of a useful spell in offense in a minute, I'm not seeing them scoring. That's a great demo there out of Zico. Rebel looks to capitalise. Is that all the way in? Sherman's not going to get back in time. Rebel capitalises on a crucial demo from his teammate, and that, in my opinion, should seal game one in favour of Fair Play Martini.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that was a goal. The spawn was just happening a little bit too slow. Nothing that he can do about it. And Berlin Basilisk, indeed, they kind of need to start thinking about that next game. Even if it's with a couple of goals in this one, if they can try and only get within one, that would massively boost the momentum here. But do you need to try and do that? Yeah, so he can't quite get it. And there's Berlin Basilisk being forced on their own defensive half. Zico from an angle can't quite get it in, and it's still looking decent for Martini. They're 4 on the board right here. Not right now, at least in these final 30 seconds. Berlin Basilisk, they just need to get momentum back.
Yeah, like you say, a key play from them, great bit of offense, good goal at the end, really helping them swing into game two with a bit of verve and swagger. That doesn't look like they're going to get it here. Mocky needs to get to that ball a bit quicker than he has, which he hasn't. And off the backboard it comes. Up is Muskie looking for the shot. Mocky does get the save, but it looks like this game will see Basilisk shut out. Final seconds tick down. They might still get something. That's a big miss though. Yato looks for the shot. It drops. Martini looked about as commanding as we thought they would in game number one, but certainly, in these long kind of series, it looked like Basilisk certainly warmed up towards the end.
Yeah, it's been very good out of the Martini side, completely shutting out the Basilisk, and that just really sets the tone of this series. Martini, they're not here to play around. They're here to shut you out, even though Basilisk actually had more shots.
Yeah.
Oh my, that is actually a pretty significant-ish margin. 7 out of Martini, 10 out of Basilisk, and then to consider that Basilisk got 0 goals, it either proves something about their shots or the Martini defense, and I think it's more that Basilisk shots, yes, they count, but they're not really that effective here.
No, and again, I think, a lot of it, I'm watching some of these plays come through on our screens at the minute, and I think a lot of it is, a couple of long clears registered, obviously, happens in a lot of situations where a clear just ends up on target, you get the shot counted, but a lot of the time, it's that the Martinis are really, really good when 2 of them are leading a charge, the third one knows when to push up, but also knows when to drop back to make sure that there's a bit of defensive solidity. We saw that the Basilisks could have capitalised midway through that game 1, but Rebel was back in time to save that one-man defensive push. So they've done really, really well in the positioning, and it's caused Basilisks a lot of problems. But they can certainly, with wild plays like that, I think anything is possible for them.
Yeah, Basilisk, they are definitely not out of this. It's a best of 7, and if you say somebody's out in the first game, you're completely out of your mind. As long as it's a relatively fair matchup, well, this for sure is. Mucky going ultra aggro. Rebel just sits quietly on the ground and says, yeah, sure, come at me. And that is a way to, if the bull is charging and you just stand your ground until the final second. I'm not a bullfighter, so don't take my advice. I just run away instantly. But Martini, there's nowhere to run to, and they just have to fight their way out of it right now.
Yeah, they do. But, I think, even though that one didn't quite work, and Rebel did sort of alpha the Berlin Basilisks a little bit there by just choosing to remain permanently grounded, I think those physical plays, a team that's so well positioned, well spaced, you rarely see the Martinis like clumped up alongside each other like you do some of these other teams that we've seen tonight. So demoing one of them, a big deal, because then there's a lot of space for you to have, and they nearly capitalised on some space there. A rare lapse in judgment from Martini, almost possible.
That should have been a goal. Berlin Basilisk, they pretty much had the entire goal to be shooting at, but instead chose the post. And if I'm recognizing or remembering correctly, that was also what happened in the last game where they put it on the post when it really should have been a goal. Sherman out in an awkward position. Zico can only center it, and where Yato is able to extend it is Sherman not able to get that angle, and it's looking good from Berlin Basilisk. They're effective in breaking out of the defensive side, not dwindling on boost. They're not wasting any time, just getting out directly and making Muskie work for this save. Even though it looks a little bit weak, they have to make the clear, and Martini, they're showing signs of weaknesses here.
They are, they're not an infallible team. No team is infallible, and there are certainly opportunities for the Basilisks. They just have to be very, very clinical in taking them, because I don't think they'll get many in any given game. That's a shot for Mocky to deal with, which he has done, but he's chosen to leave it, so that's left Muskie a chance to come back in. Now, Yato looks for the long clear. He'll get it, actually. Good miss on the sidewall, leaving them in a horrible position. What's happening? That's a catastrophic defensive error. Rebel, I think that has just gifted Berlin Basilisks the lead. Yeah, Rebel.
They're getting bumped up by Sherman, just absolutely rushing in there. But they still should have been more composed. They couldn't have landed in front of the goal to start with. So now Martini, they need to composedly fight their way back. It's a good start. Zico pops it with a 15 towards the center, bumping up the defender. They are going to get away with it for now, as there was not enough on the shot. Muskie can't quite get anything on the hit pass back. Sherman on the side also doesn't want to involve himself in the play. It is up for now. Can he get the off to the backboard? I don't know what's going on. He had no flip indeed. It very much looked like it, but he got scammed by Psionics.
Yeah, that was so harsh. He'd done the fake brilliantly, and if he'd have had that flip, that would have 100% just been able to pinch nice and easily off the ground. Rebel and the Martini really, really lucky there. I think that it's not 2, and it might be 2 now. Rebel's just completely missed that. Mocky has not. And the Berlin Basilisks, for all we were talking about their deficiencies a bit in game 1, Martini seemed to have taken their eye off the ball, and Berlin Basilisks have a very decent lead here in game 2.
That's a 2-goal lead, 1 minute 47 remaining. Still time to try and make that comeback, but they have to start it very quickly on the side of Martini. Muskie might be at the forefront. It's not going to help if you double commit with Rebel and bump into each other. Mucky taking it towards the opposing end. Valuable seconds are all up to clock. Yato puts it right into Muskie, where Martini, they still don't have to panic right now, but it is
they are.
seemingly very panicky indeed.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they don't have to panic, but I think panic has sort of defined their game too, really. There have just been a couple of instances where it's just been, you know, confused screaming all around from the Martini boys here, so they've still got time. Like you say, panic is not necessary at this stage. They've got time. They have, obviously, skill set to get goals against this Basilisk side, but they need them sooner rather than later, but their measured approach is the one that favours them best, so like you say, definitely need to just stick with that.
Let's see what Muskie can do. He takes it up into the area. Plenty of boost to work with. Oh, flip reset. Can't get it on target. But it was so incredibly close. And, well, that worked for them in the initial game to try and get that 3-goal lead. And why not have one player pop up once again? Sherma outpacing Muskie in this one. He also finds himself in a brief 1v1. Rebel with an early challenge. Zico has to evade the bomb, but this still will be a goal from Mucky. And with 33 seconds, Berlin Basilisk land the 3-0.
We'll see a lot of game 2. Zico should have perhaps popped that a bit higher instead, unfortunately. Straight out to Mucky, who's not going to miss that. So, you know, like you say, I mean, we praised Martini in game 1 for virtually everything they haven't been doing in game number 2. Their positional play hasn't been as strong. They've been caught out a couple of times. Credit to the Basilisks, they've played really well. Offense has been brilliant. They've been very creative, but, you know, I think they have, while they've earned their way back into the game, I think Martini have done something to let them back into it as well.
Yeah, Martini, they kind of dropped the ball, didn't really put them in that many awkward situations. Muskie forcing his way through. The only difference that Martini could still get is either they concede one and they score one right here. Rebel has an opportunity, just looks to fake out. Okay, why not? They don't concede either, so we'll land on the ground with the exact same scoreline as we saw in the previous game. But now reversed, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that means we don't have a sweep. Finally, we've managed to get one team winning a game in each, you know, on each side of this series, which is great. We want, obviously, as many games as we can get, but from the Martini, that's a little bit alarming, I think. You know, everything that they did in game 1, they played really, really well, and I think had they come out and played a similar game to game 1 in game 2, they wouldn't have lost. I don't think, you know, the Basilisks have played well. Their offense was brilliant, but if the Martini were coming out as positionally strong, as cohesive, weren't making mistakes like that crucial one from Rebel that opened the scoring, I don't see them losing this game.
It's very tough to call from both sides. It's going to come down. Basilisk have 1-3-0, Martini have 1-3-0, and in both games it seemed like the other one kind of dropped the ball at times. So it's really going to come down to, okay, who can pick up the pace the earliest and actually keep it right here as the score is all tied up. The series is basically a best of 5 now. Rebel has a possession of the ball, but only for a brief second, as he does recover relatively nicely. Muskie has to bail him out to try and get a shot on target. It's not good enough, and Zico crept up a little bit too close. Rebel has to awkwardly turn his car to clear it out. It's looking very much as if there is a dropping of the ball, which will be going on in this series.
Yeah, like you say, I think it's going to come down a lot to who's going to be able to hold their nerves in these crucial situations. Both teams looking a little bit shaky at times. Piazzo looking to turn it in, doesn't quite manage it. Key demo on Mocky will give Martini a chance to bring it out. Rebel looks for the shot. Piazzo is back in time to make the save and get a good touch on the clear, which lets Sherma take it away, and he might get back to this. That's brilliant work from him. Mocky gets demoed, but thankfully Piazzo knew where the ball was going and has got it. Does he have a touch off the ball? He might do. Didn't quite manage it, even though it was free. Horrible read for him. Mocky into the left-hand corner. Out it goes. Been fairly non-committal from both sides so far. There's been some offense, but neither team really throwing everything at it just yet.
Yeah, they're waiting for that deadlock to be broken here. Really want to see a goal happening fairly soon. I really don't want to see that 1-goal game that just gets scored a second into overtime or something like that. I want to see proper build offense as Mucky just kind of throws it away to the side. Sherma has a good follow-up. That is pretty much all that they will be getting from that attack. Is the foundation of building it, which is not good enough. Zico only 50 with Yato. Sherma with the clear out was a little bit of an awkward situation. Infield pass not quite finding its way, but Rebel is very much finding its way back. Sherma, oh my word, that's an awkward clear out, but it just was good enough for only a whole second as Zico finally breaks through.
Brilliant passing from Martini's Muskie. I'm not sure he knew Sherma was behind him. He probably could have just laid that low in the left, but in the end it didn't matter. Sherma did really well, but just couldn't get that second touch coming off the backboard again. So Just over 90 seconds played in this game 3. The Basilisks have plenty of time, and they haven't looked anywhere near as shaky as they did in the Martini-led game 1. So we'll hopefully see them come back into this. And for Martini, it's been better. It's been better certainly than it was in game 2. Both sides perhaps just taking a while to warm up.
Maybe that's just the case. I really want to see them go at it with full pace, and right now Berlin Basilisk, they're not really going incredibly rapid. That infield pass finding its way, this infield pass just being a lot weaker. It's looking a little bit awkward. Muskie up for it incredibly early, not really getting anything on it. There's a demo that happened on Sherma. This is a brave 3v2. It's not going to lead to anything as the ball was just dead in the corner.
Oh my goodness, the ball could be dead in the goal in a minute. That was a big miss. Hard to read perhaps off the post. It looked close enough that the bounce could have been very confusing. Rebel needs to capitalise. Mocky gets the ball away. Will he get it away again? No, that's a horrible pinch. Don't want to see that from the Basilisk. Yato up for Mocky. Mocky's got it out to the left-hand side where Sherma is waiting, gets a key demo and the touch. Rebel does well actually, pops that out far. Mocky looks to the right-hand side. Sherma doesn't quite manage to get it. The Basilisks looking for each other in offense is a very promising sign.
And Rebel backflipping out of it. They're not feeling quite confident with his layup right there. And Muki pops it up. Yato right behind him. Has to back up the positioning out of Berlin Basilisk in his close quarter combat right now for them. Sherma can't quite get a proper hit, but it is making Martini panic. And it's been very much Basilisk who are in control until that pinch happens. Sends it right to the other end. Rebel doesn't get the sensor. Muskie is still right there for the backup, looking for the pass. No, for the shot, far post, and Muskie puts in the 2-0.
Yeah, clinical from the Martini. They've soaked up a lot of pressure, caught them out on the counter, and overcommit there. Muskie sees that Mockie's a little bit flat-footed in goal, front post a slight bit there, and capitalises with a shot far across. And they haven't had many chances in this game, but you know they've managed to smother any offense from the Basilisks. They only put up, for all their offensive pressure, only put up one shot so far in this game number 3, and Martini seems to be back to their old ways.
Good for Martini. It's really bad for Berlin Basilisk, obviously, as this could just end in a 3-0 once again, as Martini they're pressing the issue now. And once again, as Berlin Basilisk kind of being shut out here. There's not been a game thus far where both teams have scored, and Berlin Basilisk, they're going to struggle to try and change that in this game, as Martini, they're coming at them with everything they got, it seems.
Yeah, that was a really, really good heads-up play, getting the demo. There's your game with both teams scoring. What a fantastic 1-2 passing play. Not sure if the pass was meant to come back to Sherma, but I'm not actually sure the shot was in from Mocky, so it was if he was there. Sherma just gets a crucial touch on that, and with just under a minute to play, we've actually got a game on our hands in game 4.
Zico got incredibly greedy for boost there, just was off to the corner while the attack was unfolding. He's like, nah, we'll be fine, they'll miss there. It doesn't really matter, but they've got indeed a little bit less than a minute left to try and make that 1-goal comeback. Finally, they've both scored in the game. Sherman, let's just lace that up for Zico. Mocky recovers in time to make this save and get that savior medal on there. Sherman hooks it decently up, but not enough boost and not enough pace on the recovery. Zico able to take control. Martini, they just want to have that lock play style right now and completely lock Berlin Basilisk out of any opportunity.
Those bumps crucial on the last man. Berlin Basilisks do often end up a bit short-staffed at the back. A big double commit makes the save, but they need to fall in the opposite end. Here we go, Sherma looking for it. Muskie's found it first. Mocky clears it away, but there's a low boost here for everyone except Sherma. Yato's got absolutely nothing, so getting back to that's going to be a challenge. Off it comes. Mocky down to the right-hand side. Time really ticking away. Key demo. Sherma looking to carry it along. He'll need a bit more boost than he actually has. And unless they can keep it up, which they cannot, Martinis will take game 3, but much, much closer here.
Yeah, it's been a lot closer, and well, that is going towards the series that I'm really hoping to see right here, Martini versus Basilisk from the get-go. We thought it would be an amazing series, but we thought that before tonight, and we kind of got proven completely wrong with 2 sweeps already. So I'm already happy that this can't be a sweep anymore. Martini are in the upper hand, but is it going to be good enough? Basilisk, they've only had 2 shots this entire game. They're almost getting completely shut out. Getting that 1 goal really put them out there and gave themselves an opportunity, but Martini are still looking dominant.
They are, but, you know, for like you say, for all of the dominance, Basilisks, 2 shots, 1 goal. Martini's only scored twice. They've put up 9 shots together, so clearly the Basilisks are doing something right. I think you might expect to defend, perhaps coming against a team like the Martinis. You know, you will, I think, have to be dealing with pressure and able to soak up pressure. Just then managing to turn it around is such a challenging thing when the third man is so well positioned as they normally are from fair play. So interesting though, you know, this series is really shaping up to be a proper battle out of these two sides. Basilisks obviously don't want to go down match point here, which they will do if Martini take game 4.
What's interesting as well, somebody put the flag of Yemen in chat, which, well, the last time I checked, the Yemen is not an EU country, but hey, maybe in the future.
The tournament from them anyway, so certainly, yeah, I can tell you that much for free.
Interesting to see the Yemen flag being used right there. Well, it kind of looks like the Dutch flag, so I'm not going to excuse you about that too much. Muskie clearing out the defense, at least attempting to do so. Zico has to help it along just a tad. Muskie once again with that massive boom. It's incredibly risky to go from, because if you mess it up, oh, Monkey got so close.
And it might not matter because Sherma has slotted that one into the bottom left. A fantastic passage of offense. Monkey showing them that he could do it himself. Doesn't quite manage to get it, but Yato's there. So is Sherma, really well synergized from the Berlin Basilisks, and they find themselves a goal to the good 45 seconds in.
And this has been a story pretty much the entire time unfolding of whoever scores first is going to take home the game in the end as well, right? So surely Berlin Basilisks have already won 1 minute in. We can just call this game, move next, GG go next. Yato, he's trying to solidify that lead. He's passing towards the infield pass. Berlin Basilisks are feeling it now.
They are. That was fantastic work from Yato to get the ball inside, and then Mocky still had plenty of work to do. And he did it well. Very, very quick shot. I think actually, you know, the touch from the keeper perhaps took some of the pace off it, only registered at 93, but really, really well placed from him, and really, really well placed on the whole from the Basilisks in offense. They've positioned really well, and they've managed to shut Martini out so far in game number 4 and built themselves up a commanding lead in the process.
And let's just hope that Martini at least have something to say about it.
Demo again.
At least come through with something here, as it's been very one-sided games pretty much the entire way through. And once again, it's looking to be one, but this time for the Berlin Basilisks. You get a game 7 in the end, but it isn't necessarily the most riveting series. Not really, since there's no real victor in that final game. I'm not really that excited for it if it's going to be like this. Obviously, yes, it's still a game 7, but not necessarily the way currently unfolding as I would like to see it.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. When we were just watching ULB and Düsseldorf before, we had some, you know, obviously it ended up in a sweep, but some of those games were really close. They went back and forth. Teams had proper spells of pressure. And at the minute, it seems like each game is just sort of written down as one or the others to win, you know? Martini looking to change the script a bit here, and this might... They didn't quite manage it. He's got no boost. Demo. Rebel gets the demo, but he has no boost, so he won't manage to push very far. He'll get a touch, but Yato will dunk him out of it. And there again, another big demo. The Basilisks might be listening to me, you never know. The demo's, I think, really helping them set on this fair play Martini side.
Honestly, some people actually do that. Good shot of Muskie. Yato with a save. No follow-up coming through, except Sherma, who's obviously going to clear that out. But some people actually play with the stream on in the background, which I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine playing and then hearing my own name being called out. Oh, you're absolute dog right there. You completely made the mistake. What are you doing? Like, I couldn't do it.
I just have more of a trouble listening to me. Sherma manages to get the third in. Basilisks really, you know, having all the cards at the minute in this game number 4, looking to tie up the series, and that's uncharacteristic of the Martinis, leaving a big gap at the back, open net. Sherma walks it in, easy as you like.
And once again, a 3-0 scenario. Berlin Basilisks looking dominating and probably will tie up the series here, even though there's 2 minutes of plenty of time. We're just looking at what has been unfolding. Oh, actually, they might be able to get one back here. Rebel, there was a touch, but he still put enough power to sneak it through.
Yeah, just about. You know, it wasn't particularly brilliant shooting, fairly low, fairly, you know, reachable for Yato, but the power was there enough so that Yato couldn't quite get it out. Got a touch, like you say, but just managed to let it slip through. So, you know, plenty of time left on the clock for the Martini. There's certainly turnaround is on the cards if they can manage to get something else through relatively soon, but Basilisks, I think, might not be too rattled by this.
No, with 1 minute 50, it's still very much possible if Martini somehow managed to get the victory here. The propellant of the momentum is going to be so absolutely massive heading into, which would then be a match point situation. But currently they still have 2 goals left to go. It's off to the backboard. Moki able to get a touch on it. And pretty much all that Berlin Basilisk need to do is extend. They're currently not doing a great job of that. Yato forced to make the save at the last second. Martini are pressing the issue here.
They really are. They really are. You know, it's good to see from them. You know, they're really pushing up on offense, doing well on that. But they need end product. You know, at the end of the day, we can sit here in between games and go, well, they had a lot of the offensive pressure, but if they don't have as many goals, then they're going to lose. So must be looking to make something happen. Forces a double commit. Sherman's got to save. Zico for a pinch, an awkward angle perhaps off the ground, but didn't quite find it. Muskie again, off the backboard it goes. He'll go for it again, but he won't get there. Rebel pushing it into the corner. Out of the corner it comes. This is awkward now for the Basilisk. Proper pressure coming out from Martini, but Moki will manage to get it clear. He's got plenty of boost. Sherman's with him. This could be a brilliant shield play. Doesn't quite manage it, but here we go. Yato on the shot. Oh my goodness, I thought Sherman might have got a touch on that. That would have been incredible.
And I think the direction would have only changed downwards. I'm not too sure how prevalent it would have been. Muskie getting that second touch, going to allow Zico to get the follow-up. Sherman, defensive position, final 20 seconds are in effect. They need a goal right here, right now, if they want an opportunity to try and make that comeback. And instead it's Berlin Basilisk going down the other end, and it's looking as if this series might, or this game might be pretty over. Mucky into the center, he goes one last time. Sherman, the nail in the coffin for this game, has been put in place, and indeed Berlin Basilisk will win this game.
They will, and they, you know, no one can say they don't deserve it. Again, this time they've outshot. They've played really well, had a lot of offensive pressure. Sherman putting up a hat-trick for himself. And some of the goals we've seen from them have been fantastic. You know, they haven't been very fortunate necessarily, or, you know, those kind of goals you see where it's just a massive scrim on the line and everyone tries to get in and try and figure everything out. It's just been well worked, well played. Martini, again, uncharacteristic gaps and positional errors from them. But they've still got plenty of time to turn things around, and obviously we're heading into an odd-numbered game, so if the pattern continues, they're going to win it.
According to the pattern, indeed should, but the pattern might just be broken. It could just happen at any moment. Yeah. Martini, they're getting outshot. It's just a matter of who has more offensive pressure. I can't even really place on what's going different in this game than in the previous one. It's just Martini being pressed back more. Basilisk are all of a sudden playing, and from the opposite side, every time Martini win, it's all of a sudden that Martini very much start playing catch Basilisk off guard. It's very much a trade which I have no clue comes out favored in theory, even according to, well, if you go in back and forth the entire time, Martini in the end comes out on top, but this game will be for match point.
Yeah, it will, and I think, like you say, it seems to come down to, you mentioned it earlier on in game number 4, it seems to come down to who scores first. These teams seem to be very ill-equipped to try and play from behind. It seems to rustle them a bit, and they seem to just, you know, push up a bit too far too soon and lose more goals, you know, concede more, take a bigger lead, a bigger deficit from the other side. So scoring first, you know, often a thing we look for in a series, but it seems to be particularly important here.
And just score more than your opponent's forehead. And once again, the perfect strategy to come through. Rebel gets it center. Zico also can't quite place it on target. He read the miss coming in. Knew it was a very hard read. Now Yato using his Benoinker to completely get it towards the opposing side. And Sherma just there for the capitalization. And let's have a look at this from Yato using his Benoinker in the right way.
Sherma completely overshot that. I think he'll agree. You know, that was not the ball he was expecting to have to go for, and then he still managed to turn his car around and get to it and pop it hard enough that the Martini defence couldn't get back in time. So Berlin Basilisk bucked the trend. They scored first in a game that they weren't supposed to win by the pattern. We'll have to see what Martini can do to turn things around.
you could just see all kinds of patterns broken, and well, I'm not too sure how everybody deals with all of a sudden things changing, but you're gonna have to deal with it. As Martini, they are looking to press the issue, and they are very much showing their strong side. It's not as if it's just that one silly goal. Bring a Basilisk, they will always be a threat and always a force in defense. Martini very much has to be wary. An infield pass finding his way, not finding his way to Muskies. There was nothing on it.
Yeah, way too slow telegraph, right? You know, we saw it, and so did the Basilisks practically before it happened. And it's just not like the Martinis, you know, maybe like we were talking about on the desk there, reach out might be causing them to just slow down that fraction. But they've still got time, still plenty of time left, particularly in this game, of course. And Rebel, let's take it across to the right hand side. Big demo. Zico's got 2 in a row there. That could really set themselves up for some offense, but they need to commit men, and they haven't. So Sherma gets the clear. Again, end to end, but not particularly inviting from either side so far.
And when the demos happened, that was actually when Martini took it up into the skies, which, well, at that point you can't really go that many directions. You can't really speed up the play all of a sudden. So it was just a bit of unfortunate time for the demos to be happening right as Rebel took it up into the skies. And, well, Rebel, maybe you should take that ball up into the skies there, as that is just a complete miss. And Berlin Basilisk 2-0.
I think Rebel was expecting someone else to go. A complete breakdown in communications there from Fairplay Martini. Rebel nowhere near the ball, no one else anywhere near the ball. Yato pretty near to the top right-hand stanchion. Manages to double the Basilisk's lead, and this is approach half-time in game 5. Could be a shock match point for the Berlin side here.
Or it could be, you know, Muskie looking to land on top of the ball. It's Martini looking so awkward in defense, and Basilisk are getting the better of them. It's looking incredibly solid for Basilisk in game number 5.
It is. I think, you know, not one of their prettiest endeavours. They did really well, actually. I think it was Sherma keeping it off the post in the flip reset, keeping it high. Like I say, just making it awkward. You know, it doesn't have to look pretty, it has to go in. And it did. They're now 3 to the good. Just over half the game played. Martini needs something to kickstart their comeback fairly soon, but it actually looks like the Basilisk is going to be doing the attacking again. Actually, Muskie gets the clear, but again, no one cheating up from Martini. A little bit shell-shocked at the minute. That's another long ball from Sherma. Even though he got demoed, the ball is clear. While Martini push, they won't push far enough. Basilisks at the minute seem well set for all of this offensive push.
Yeah, Berlin Basilisk, they are just more equipped for the defensive side of this defensive performance that they have to put in. Muskie, he's very much been that player who's able to create a lot just by his lonesome. It's just not enough right now. Berlin Basilisk are perfectly equipped to be dealing with it, aka sending a man early just to shut him down or force him into a position where he can't really continue his play. Berlin Basilisk have really been grinding those team plays and making sure that they also create a lot of space, and there's no follow-up out of Martini at that point.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you raise, you know, that when you're faced with someone like Muskie who can lead the charge, do really, really well on the solo plays, what you want is just someone who's willing. They don't have to hit the ball, they don't have to get anywhere near the ball, they just have to throw themselves at the ball, make the person who's trying all of the fancy solo plays make a decision, and then the second man waiting on the ground has the easiest job of his life. Either they've done, you know, gone to the backboard, they've gone low, they've done something by then, so there's no options for the attack, and that's what Basilisks have done really, really well here. And then when they get on the attack, it looks really, really threatening. Yato looking for a shot. Muskie has to throw himself at that one, drives across to the save. Final minute here, Zico looking for something, anything to start the Martini's offense going, but Yato has the answers again, and as time ticks down, Basilisk's looking increasingly set to take match point in this series, because Zico shuts me right up. And you know, it's not likely, but it's certainly possible that we could see more out of this Martini side in game 5.
It just might. It's going to be very tough for Martini, but we could just see 2 goals happening. They very much have to pick up the pace, something they haven't really been able to do. Apart from, I think it was the first game or something like that, where 2 goals just happened very quickly. Yato off the backboard, and all that Berlin Basilisk once again have to do is just hold on. Something they've been absolutely stellar at, and they have to do it again. Muskie off to the backboard. Zico can't quite get the read, and this is what I mean. Berlin Basilisk, they just extended so much time with this one play, completely running 10 seconds off the clock, and that is probably going to be good enough to take home this game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at it. The Martinis are stuck in their own half as time ticks down. Muskie looking to take it away, but the touch from the Basilisk keeps it safe. That one will be up, but Sherman's just popped it high. He knows that time is really on their side. Time is basically done. There is none left, and the trend is gone. Basilisks take a game 5 in commanding fashion. And they're on match point here against Fairplay Martini.
Yeah, one of the trends broken, as in, well, it's not going back and forth pretty much the entire time. It still holds true that whoever scores first is going to be the victor of the game. So, well, it's just all about scoring first at that point, and that really sets the tone. It's absolutely crazy to see, because usually you talk about it and it's kind of has that effect of, yes, it's always tough to play from behind, but a lot of teams manage. But in this entire series, it seems as if either team, as soon as they get behind, they completely drop away. So they need to break that pattern as well. Otherwise, well, it's a 50-50 at that point, because this series is basically a 50-50.
It is, and like you say, you know, teams, I must admit, I think teams at this level usually do tend to do better than this from behind. You know, you say playing from behind, you tend to mean 2 or 3 goals down, but at the minute, these teams are going 1 goal down, and sometimes that really then looks like, you know, you can sort of see them shrink away and looks like the game is done. We'll get into game number 6 very, very shortly. You just have to see, you know, as this game kicks off, how it manages to work with, like you say, this first goal seems to mean everything at the minute.
Seems to be the case indeed, but Martini, let's see what they got in this round number 6. Obviously, Berlin Basilisk on that match point. Martini, they have to prove something now, otherwise they will drop to the lower bracket where their sister team got eliminated. So it's going to be a tough time for them there for sure. But that is neither here nor there. Giotto just pops up out of absolutely nowhere, not managing to get a follow-up touch, and Muskie sitting far back. Maybe Martini's taking a little bit of a more defensive approach here. Is it going to work out? It still lands on the backboard. Not if Rebel has got something to say about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say a defensive approach. Rebel very nearly still got caught out by that, and you know, it would have been a very embarrassing one. I think Zico got no boost. Only Rebel really has any boost, and Muskie's been clattered by his own teammate. Awkward rotations from the Martinis here. Ball's been stuck in their corner for the best part of 30 seconds. It's barely moved. Rebel looking to change that, but actually Mockie's the one who does change it. Muskie finally gets to clear. Mockie looking to fake him out, can't manage it. Zico, downfield it goes, but Yato more than equal to it. It was an aimless touch from the Martinis. Couldn't quite manage to get it far away from the Berlin Basilisks in defence. Yato again setting himself well as the anchor. Third man's done really well so far, and no goals yet, but Berlin Basilisks again, they seem a bit more assured so far in game 6.
And they very much seem as if they have a little bit more confidence on the side of Martini as well. Pass infield, Muskie looking for the pass back, can't quite manage to get it, and Rebel, Berlin Basilisks, they're just in general so good at shutting down those infield passing plays. The combinations are not coming through on the side of Martini. One of their strengths completely being shut down by Berlin Basilisks. Obviously, this is still a tight game. Anything can happen, but I think Berlin Basilisks at this point have the upper hand.
They do. And, you know, like you say, Berlin Basilisks, yes, all credit to them. They've shut down passing from the Martinis really, really well. Martinis have done quite a lot to shut down their own passing so far this series. We just saw then a long clear go absolutely nowhere, and that's the second time that's happened this game already. Normally teams like Martini, you see them look for each other on the clear, a player rushing up to get the ball, keep the offensive push going. Again there, a bit of a loose touch from Muskie, forces Rebel over into his own corner, pinch up. Nobody there, Shermer's going to be first. Shermer won't be second, Rebel's going to get there again, but again, look, here we go, another infield pass. Zico should look for Rebel, doesn't find him. Martini seems to be shaking at the minute.
They still are completely in a tight game. 1 goal breakthrough. In theory, they have won the game. So Rebel now off to the corner. Giotto pops at centre. Massive boomer out. Is there anyone back on Berlin Basilisks? Moki very much is. He's sitting far back, making sure that everything stays locked up nice and tidy. Moki looking for the fake. And an early chance from Muskie is going to send it right towards the Berlin Basilisks side. Get to deal with it for now. Muskie just getting a little bit too fancy with it. Why do that when you can just do it regularly and get a lot more power? It's just a little bit too fancy right now for Martini's own good.
Exactly, I think they're trying almost a little too hard. Yato's sitting well back, catching everything as third man, doing really, really well. Mocky this time steps in. Shermer looks to clear it long. Rebel has no boost, has to prove it to get back to it, which he does. But again, Martini's looking shaky, and they are, you know, being really, really squeezed at the minute here. Zico looks for the save, he gets it, but Sherman can be first to it. He leaves it to Yato, who's in the right direction for the touch. Mocky up perhaps a little too quickly, so Sherman has to follow that to keep the ball in play, which he does. Rebel gets a clear, gets a little bit of a carry, but Yato again, first one to it. Muskie launches it downfield. No one from the Martinis is there to get it. And as the final minute approaches, you must think if anyone looks likely to score, it's the Basilisk.
It's very much been Basilisk pressing the issue and continues putting on the attack. Double commit is not going to net them any profit right here. Muskie looking for the air dribble out solo. It pops up. Sherman gets a touch on it. Is it going to be good enough? Gets it past Zico. He's still going to pop up. Yato has to use all his boost and accelerate the ball at a very slow pace. But there's nobody back from Martini. Yeah. I'm not too sure where they've all gone. I was expecting someone to pick it up. Infield pass. Sherman rips one straight onto Zico, who has the easiest save of his life. And I do think that Rebel is just sitting silent at the midfield. This absolutely hurts, and I think everybody realizes it now, and they're having a little bit of a break. Might just say, hey, we're gonna go to overtime because the score is 0-0. It's a little bit of an odd one right here, as we see everybody has stopped playing.
Well, you know, again, I think a phrase I've said quite a lot this game applies in a very different context here. Credit to the Berlin Basilisks. They do, I believe, unless I've fundamentally misunderstood the rules, they did not have to stop. There is no reason, I think someone's told them now, that they do not have to stop, and now they're not stopping. You know, unfortunate for Rebel and the Martinis, obviously, but, you know, there's no way that you can really make everyone stop as soon as someone loses collection, because that's a very abusable, you know, mechanic. So it's play on, overtime, a 3 versus 2 overtime at 3-2. Zico looking to set back. The Martinis just need to wait for Rebel to get back, but it might be too late. There's the shot, and there's the goal. Yato, not the way they would have wanted to have won it, the Berlin Basilisks, but there's not much they could have done about it. There's not much the Martini could have done about it, and it must be said they looked likely to take that game anyway. A rather anticlimactic end to the series, but a shock victory for the Berlin Basilisks.
Honestly, the only reason that Berlin Basilisk played on is because they got told to. So I just want to clarify that to everybody. This was completely within the rights of Berlin Basilisk. They got told to play on because that is the rule book. If you lose connection, sucks to suck. And well, sometimes Dutch internet, I guess in Groningen, there might just be another earthquake putting everything down, and that's just what you have to live with. It's a little bit unfortunate for Martini, but Basilisk, they were looking like the major force throughout that pretty much the entire game. So it's not necessarily the weirdest outcome or anything.
No, I mean, it's a very, very sad way to end what was shaping up to be a fantastic, you know, climax to the series. But, like you say, as it went, I would have put money at the stage that Rebel disconnected on the Basilisks taking that series. They might not have done it in that Game 6, obviously, but it looked to me as though they'd had all of the offensive pressure. They'd put on some really, really good, you know, attacking play. They'd held back really well. Yato in particular wanted to shout out for doing some really, really good third man work in that last game. And, you know, might not be the way you'd want to win. It's certainly not the way you'd want to lose, but Basilisks have done it. The Martinis going into that lower bracket. So we've only got one more match for you tonight. So we will go for a very, very quick break, have an interview after with Mocky from the Berlin Basilisks, and then get into our very, very last match of the night.
Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I did it all for love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Still as a breeze, the river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave the air you breathe. Living me dreams when I think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see.
And welcome back to the EURC desk, where we are joined by Maki of Berlin Basilisks, who, along with his teammates, has just dispatched the Dutch champions Groningen Fair Play Martini down to the lower bracket in just 6 games. And Maki, technically you were the underdogs going into that series, but you definitely didn't play like it.
Yeah, I mean, hello, first of all.
Hello.
I feel like we always get this underdog role. I mean, every caster, or especially... I mean, Talacta was a fan of us, apparently, but every other caster is against us, which is...
I voted for you as well. Excuse me. I just want to get that out.
Also not
clear.
against you, necessarily.
I mean,
sure.
we do have some support in the chat. That's really good, but underdogs. I mean, the Dutch team is really good, apparently. Not apparently, they are really good. Obviously, it was not. We didn't want to win that way. Like the disconnect was not really good for them, I guess. It could have happened to us as well with our German internet, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. I mean, underdog. No, apparently we're not the underdogs anymore. I hope.
Yeah, not anymore. I think after beating the Dutch champions, you're going to be coming through and you're going to have to be taken seriously, but you have booked yourself a fairly tough matchup up against the Berlin Phoenixes. But listen, before we talk about that, we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to pass you over to a man whose heart you've broken by beating his team, our Dutchman, Hyperia.
Oh, how could you? That's all I can ask. How could you? No, something that I've been trying to figure out, because pretty much throughout the entire series, it was dominating game one side. So let's say you dominated the game, then Martini dominated. What was going on in the games that you felt like you couldn't really get anything going?
Yeah, the series was really up and down, like you said. I feel like it's just mentality-wise. If you get a good play going, you just get confident boost really fast. So that's just, I feel like if they have pressure, our mentality is a bit down. But if we have pressure, we just pop, and then we feel good, and we combine passes. And I feel like there was the case in this series.
Yeah, entirely. That is so often the way Rocket League goes. And of course, Achno, you got to watch it as well live as it was happening. I mean, any questions about how it all went down?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did really want to ask you about the up and down nature of that series. I think, you know, I really captured that perfectly. I think my main question for you then would be, you know, you coming in, like you say, a lot of people perhaps not backing you, certainly myself and Hyperia, as much as we love seeing you play, were on the side of Martini for taking the win in the series. What do you sort of play into that? Is that you seem, you know, from what we've heard of you so far in this interview, you seem to not really like the idea of being the underdog. Is it something that you think you could leverage to help you? Do you like teams like underestimating you, or would you rather just be feared as an opponent?
I feel like in our position, being the underdog, like, releases a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
If everyone says you're gonna win the series, then you're under so much pressure, and if you just go into the series without any pressure, I feel like you can play more freely, and that's apparently our case as well, because everyone thinks we are the underdogs. But like next series against Berlin, everyone thinks we're the underdogs, and they have so much to lose. That's the good part about the series. It's a derby as well, so it's gonna be fun.
That's true. The Battle of Berlin coming up next week. Going to be very exciting. I mean, any more thoughts on that, do you think? Are you going to be the team to make Berlin Phoenixes bleed, Maki?
We're gonna try our best.
All right, fingers crossed. And those are fighting words. I hope Berlin Phoenixes are watching right now and they've heard. That's a Maki, I'm holding you to it, all right? You've got to try your best. Hopefully take at least a game off them. Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk after your win. Very exciting, and congrats on that.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to move into breaking down our next matchup of the evening, which is going to be another elimination match and our final match of the evening. We're going to be rejoined by Tylacta for this one, and we're going to have the Salford Lions up against Engine Stuttgart in the lower bracket. Salford Lions coming in, you know, didn't have a stronger group stage as maybe they would have liked. A little bit shaky, but they're definitely looking to make a statement now against the Engine Stuttgart side, who are not playing at full strength. And I fear that's definitely going to hurt them a little bit now in this playoffs.
That's what I thought last week as well, and they managed to show up pretty massively against FHDW. Yes, they lost, but bringing it to the Game 7 is honestly about as far as they can get without actually winning. They massively surprised me there, so I'm a little bit scared. But yeah, they do have a bit of a unfortunacy that their main roster is not able to play, so they are playing with a sub here today.
Yeah, of course. And if we look then back across the pitch at Salford, Tylacta, they had a tough first round matchup. I mean, you know, Salford versus Loughborough was, I think, something both of them would have been happy to avoid in the lower bracket if they could, but they came out on top of that. They've managed to keep themselves in the tournament. They surely don't want to throw it all away here.
Yeah, I mean, Salford knocking down Loughborough domestically and out of Europe as well. And off the back of that, it would be very strange if they sort of, I would say, tripped up in this matchup. Though, of course, Engine Stuttgart, despite not having AdGoes, really can't be underrated, really. Desired and Tivolic still fantastic players in their own right, and to me at least, you know, Nortalik, was a really unknown factor coming into the FHDW series, and I think really surprised all of us in the fact that, damn, they've really still, you know, this is still a playoff worthy team, and so because of that, I may have dropped 35,000 channel points on Salford, but I am quite nervous about it.
Absolutely. So Cypheria just points out the fat stacks cash that we've thrown around in Twitch chat at the moment. It's been happening all night long, and it'll continue. National, I'm going to ask you for your thoughts on this series and also ask you for a prediction at the same time as we move rapidly towards the start of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these guys, like you say, Salford perhaps not as impressive as many would have expected coming into the groups. You know, they didn't do very well. Well, I mean, they did well enough, obviously, to make the playoffs, but I think a lot of teams would have expected Salford, you know, very, very high up domestically at the minute. I think guaranteed top 2. I think a lot of people would back them to come out as UK champions next weekend. So in Europe, not so great, but they seem to have warmed up into this playoff. Obviously, dispatching Loughborough round 1 is a harsh matchup to have to deal with in the round of 20, but they did that, and since then it's looked like things have started to come together for them. Engine Stuttgart, like you say, seem to be on that little downward tip after, you know, losing their starting man. So as much as I think the series could end up being close, I can't see it going Stuttgart's way. I would give it to Salford in 6.
Yeah, so we'll see. Any dissenting opinions, Tylacta?
I would love to predict Salford on channel points and then predict Stuttgart in here, but
Play
I
both
think that
sides
would
so you
be a
come out
little
on top.
bit. Yeah, it'd be a little bit misleading. I could hedge my bets, and I feel like I'd be a loser either way that went. I've got to go all in on the Salford Lions. I think it's fair to say it's in Stuttgart's side of the court to pull up the upset, unfortunately.
Absolutely fair. And so we'll come now, finally, Hyperia. I mean, look, there's no home team to back right now, so you're going to have to actually pick sides with a bit of thought this time around.
I wasn't going to put any thought in it. I wasn't going to give any explanation. Salford easy 4-1 victory. Not saying anything else.
Okay, fair enough, right? We tried. Listen, you can't say we didn't try Twitch chat. He's got the sunglasses on. He's checked out mentally entirely. I'm going to join him in betting on Salford as well. We're going to say goodnight to Hyperia and myself, and we're going to throw it over to Tylacto and Atch to take us through this series.
Yeah, of course, actually, if we let our producer Kizza predict as well, you'd guarantee he'd be backing Salford, even if they were up against the whole world. As it's Salford across the board here, but, you know, it just isn't a lock-in series after we saw out of Stuttgart against FHTW. And at the end of the day, and the way it is with double elimination brackets, anything goes down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, the lower bracket obviously is panic central for these teams. You know, I think obviously a big moment for these guys. You know, you're getting into, you know, towards the business end of this tournament. It's important for obviously prizing if teams are thinking to go that far and all of that kind of stuff. Salford, you know, backed by everyone on the desk. Stuttgart can win it. First, they'd need to actually arrive.
That's true. But they are on their way, so that's no problem, and we'll be letting you know the second they are here. I'm not allowed to manage the channel point prediction as I am now invested in National, but they're 87% in the favour of Salford. They reached a massive total, maybe even a record, of 80k channel points. I think that's a record on this channel. The last time I saw a number that high was when Sin went to the moon and crossed the 100k stonks in the Supreme Trials. As yeah, there's still 12k on Engine Stuttgart. They've got the support coming out of the Uniliga and with almost no pressure on them effectively in this matchup. Going against Salford, who, as you say, could easily become domestic champions in the UK. They'll want to be going for a long run in this lower bracket because it does seem like the UK teams are slowly but surely falling out of this tournament. We still got Bournemouth in it, but they will be playing against the hot Tilburg United, so I worry for them there. Of course, Salford, even if they win this series, will run straight into the Martinis, who will have a point to prove after that series. We just saw how that one ended. And while Beckett and Essex, they have to play each other. At least one of them is going to be going home.
Yeah, I think as much, like you say, as much as the English teams and the British teams are dropping out, they're running into each other an unfortunate amount for those of us who want to see, you know, Britain do really well in these tournaments. Portsmouth gifted a route into the semi-final on Monday night by Bournemouth's generous forfeit loss. You know, so that they'll take that 100%. But they're the only team, I believe. I'll do a rapid check of the bracket. I believe they're the only team left in with 2 tournament lives. So, you know, it's fine. It's what it is, you know. Salford, obviously, I think one of those teams in Britain that you would really, really be expecting to make that deep run. But they came in losers bracket, which made a lot of us, you know, a lot less sure about that. Obviously, when you only start with one life, you just need an off day. Things can go wrong. And I think, you know, something that works in Stuttgart's favour in this series, they take game 1, they take game 2. It's not inconceivable that Salford just fall apart.
It really isn't. You're right, as their minds may be already on the NSE finals coming up, I believe. I should hope I'd know it on Saturday the 10th, actually. could be sooner than we think. As just Engine Stuttgart just cannot reiterate enough that they just have very little pressure on them coming into this. And when we look at the top 4, the German sides are doing well. Of course, the 2 Berlin teams making up half of our top 4 in that upper bracket. Of course, they've only secured top 6 technically at that point. The lower of the semi-finals will, of course, be Erasmus Esports Rotterdam against the Portsmouth Paladins, who we talked about. Pretty quiet times in EURC. They've managed to just top their group happily down in Group D there. Their only loss being to the Birmingham Badgers, who aren't in the tournament anymore. They managed to somehow not make the playoff stage, unless we talk about that for better. No, that's fair. And so they are a team that has yet to play a playoff game and yet find themselves in the semi-finals, and that's quite impressive.
It is, and you know, like you say, I feel like Portsmouth have just sort of slipped under everyone's radar a bit. They just sort of, you know, everyone else we've been saying, oh, this team have topped their group, they played really well, and Portsmouth, it's just like, they've topped their group. Suddenly they're in the semi-finals, and we're all like, oh, hang on a minute, we haven't even, like, we've said about 3 words about Portsmouth in the last 6 weeks. So it seems a bit like a, you know, like you say, a bit of a sort of rogue, you know, a rival into that semi-final. Like you say, not played a game. It's good for them. I'm sure they'll take that. You know, they've got time to eye up their opponents, work out. You know, they've seen Rotterdam play. I'm sure time to figure out what they're up to. But Salford, I think you would say, particularly now, you know, you look at teams like Kiel. Unfortunate for them, obviously, roster changes all over the place. Salford, perhaps one of Britain's biggest hopes left in this tournament, and we'll hopefully, I believe we have 2 teams ready to play.
We do.
We'll get to see them start right now.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Portsmouth, though. They may not feature in this matchup, as we do have Salford in their classic red and Engine Stuttgart in a beautiful green. Very healthy team by the looks of it there, as that kickoff nearly found itself straight in the back of the British netters. Yeah, I was talking there. My next thing we were going to say about Portsmouth is the fact that, well, the last time we saw them was in that momentous series against UWE, who somehow took that one in.
Not great.
Quite the upset. And yeah, because of that, I feel like Portsmouth will hopefully have quite a point to prove. I feel like they really need to prove it to themselves at this point, to really give themselves something to take out of this season after that disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Portsmouth, like you say, a team like me that we expected to do very, very well domestically, perhaps slightly underperformed. They did well in pre-season tournaments, but other than that, it's not been quite what you might have hoped for from them. Salford, they've done about as well as everyone would have expected, I think. When we saw their roster coming into the season, everyone was like, this team is going to do well. This team has done well. You know, Camo here looking to show us why. And that's, you know, a brilliant example of what Salford can bring. A brilliant pass down the right-hand side from Martin. Camo slots it home, a minute on the clock, and they're on to the good.
Yeah, it's that first touch from Camo that really made the entire goal there. The defence was solid and in place from Engine Stuttgart, but just keeping that a little bit too close to himself, a little bit too much space and respect given. Salford will have the first blood in this series. And yeah, coming into this season, as you were saying, it was kind of nice to see, wow, Salford haven't made a roster change for the first time. As of course, speaking of rosters on the field, this is their full roster. They've been seen with AA Ron sometimes, and unfortunately, the same can't be said for Engine Stuttgart. Again, reminder, Adgo unable. I mean, that is true, it is, but you know, Unotalik is in there in the main roster, not making that backboard read though will make the save on the recovery, and you know, he's looking great. You see the little unicorn hat he's got on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Yana, she does really well, filled in well as a sub, done brilliantly, but, you know, when you're filling shoes like those Adgos, it's always going to be tough. And we've said it so many times, because we have seen an unfortunate amount of substitutions throughout this tournament so far. It's less about the individual gap in skill between the players, you know. Yes, Adgo's probably a slightly higher, you know, higher rank or whatever you might want to use to compare the two, but it's more about the time invested as a team, the rotations, the communication, chemistry, all of that kind of stuff. When you're playing with a sub, a lot of that has to be rebuilt from scratch, and it's really, really challenging.
Yeah, it's just one thing we found out from today and in the series against FHTW is that Adgo's clearly just has rather large feet, as that is the lesson of the day here for Engine Stuttgart here, is they're trying to fill them shoes, as you say, and they're doing a solid job, honestly. We've crossed half-time here, and just the one goal for Salford. They have looked to up their aggression through a demo here, and Divelik's going to keep that one out off the inside of the German crossbar. And Janis is going to put that one off to the side there and relieve that pressure, though. No clean-cut chances really for Stuttgart, aside from that one stray ball whisking across the goal line.
I mean, I think that's perhaps quite a good introduction for Stuttgart and fans of Stuttgart into what the series is going to be like. Salford unlikely to give up many chances and likely to be clinical with the ones they get. Arten, I think, faked the flip reset perhaps. Tibblett's expecting him to catch this. He just goes, no, I'm just going to bonk it. And Tibbletts wasn't expecting it. 2 to the good now, Salford, with just over 2 minutes to go.
Go smart there and realising the fake out flip reset. It's kind of catching them off guard, and it's kind of how sort of aerial meta evolves in terms of what you're actually expecting. So important to really guess what's happening, and when you can sort of stay ahead on those mind games, it really is hard to sort of get confidence when you're on the receiving end of goals like that, as it is 2 to the good Salford right now. And as a UK fan, I am happy, though I would like to see Stuttgart put up some goals and put up a fight, as of course their situation is not the most fortunate, and you'd like to think they can at least get a goal here in this first game. They're confident heading into this long series, because they have plenty of time to respond in that.
Exactly. You know, at the end of the day, they lose game 1, not the end of the world, far from it. They would, of course, like to get, like you say, even just 1 towards the end of this game. Helps them get some momentum, settles their nerves going into the series. I think a lot of teams, you know, when you're playing in a game of this magnitude, if you haven't scored in a long time, that's gone in not quite off the post. What a brilliant save from Tibbletts there. He's done brilliantly. But my goodness. I mean, even that perhaps could provide the kind of momentum, settle some nerves, but nervy in and of itself. And I think Stuttgart, you know, they'll want to get a goal just to prove to themselves more than anything that they can.
I wish we clip every highlight play of the tournament so we can have highlights for goal of the season, assist of the season, and of course save of the season, because I'm pretty sure that would be a good nominee there. Although to be fair, the rebound shot probably should have found the back of the net from Salford, but they're not in any hurry right now. They've got their clean sheet, they've got their 2-goal lead here, and with just over 20 seconds left on the clock, game 1, this ball has not left the green end in quite some time, and I think it's fair to say Salford, the Lions, maybe king of the jungle, but they're kind of snoozing right now, because Jiggy is just lying down with his eyes closed as he puts that one in the top corner.
Again, the mind games from Salford so strong. Great bump from Arten. I'm not actually sure it would have made a huge amount of difference. It'd be interesting to see if Tibbletts would have made that shot without being bumped away, but Jiggy, either way, I think must have heard something from Arten to the effect of, there'll be a space for you to find, and he found it. And as the time ticks down, that's an awful bounce off the crossbar at this stage. Nothing that really happens in this game can make much of an impact. Salford confident and composed in this game number 1, and they'll take it 3-0.
Yeah, they will. The comms in that moment clearly just, there may not be a defender on the backboard, but I'm going to put one of them up there with this bump, as just 2 shots will come through for Stuttgart, unfortunately, in that game 1. It certainly was quiet on the offensive and so much defense required, as they were able to take it to FHDW, but Salford appearing to be a little bit of a step too far right now. But of course, that's just game 1 in the best of 7, and you think Salford, again, a team, you show very professional with this 3-man roster, but it's not out of the question, right, for them to sort of pull off the pedal a little bit. You could maybe see them with just how comfortable that game was. It's quite easy to switch off, especially by the end of a best of 7, and I don't think we got to see Stuttgart with much confidence in that game.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on there. You know, Stuttgart, for conceding 3 goals, it must be said they looked pretty composed on defense. You know, in a game where you concede 3, normally you can point your eyes to some kind of mistake or key misplay from them. They actually looked pretty well composed. The problem was the ball basically never left their half. Yeah. And if they can turn around and get some offense, I think Salford's defense, it's not impervious. You know, they will crack eventually. So it's just about, like you say, just keeping their cool, getting plays like this. Look at that. Is that an open net? It's not going to make it, but it's much better from Stuttgart already, and there's one. 15 seconds in, they've broken their duck, and it's much, much more promising from the green side here.
Yeah, just refusing to go away. Arn may have made the first save, but falls off the post, unfortunately. He was great with a goal and assist in the first game, but that goal was all Tivolix, and he's going to give Engine Stuttgart their first goal of the series, which in turn is going to be their first lead.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Stuttgart, like I was saying, in game one, their defense didn't look bad by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't want to sit on a lead playing against Salford. I don't think anyone would, but if I could pick a team who would perhaps be able to do it as time runs down, I'm not advocating they do it before 20 into the game, but as time runs down, if Stuttgart have a lead, I don't see that Salford would always be able to pull it back.
Yeah, that's fair. The question sort of becomes, are Stuttgart going to continue to try and aggress with this sort of potentially newfound confidence, or are they, well, based off what I'm seeing right now, are they going to pull the Durham defender strategy?
No, they're going to score.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers our questions. Jana, she's just going to put that one in from the halfway line. I think our question about Salford kind of switching off, going bizarrely in terms of mistakes, seems to be coming true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a gap the size of most small towns in the defensive rotation of Salford Lions there. There's room for plenty, and Jana spotted it well, to be fair. You know, I think in a lot of situations like that, the temptation is to take to the sky, try and get some fancy dribble, go to the backboard. Either Jana spotted it herself or someone told her, you know, there's a gap here, just shoot that. And she did, and it went in. And, you know, not the best brilliant goal, not a goal of the calibre that we saw Salford score in game one, but it doesn't matter what calibre they are, you just need to have more of them at the end.
Exactly, as well. Salford now having themselves with a little bit of an alarm clock that I think has gone off in this game too, and you can see it in the way they're playing, though maybe that impatience could open up another crack, another weakness for Stuttgart to take advantage. They're certainly a step ahead right now, and they'd be looking to keep it that way, though of course there is still 3 minutes on the clock, and Salford are again looking to aggress, but Camo not able to find the angle or the flip reset he was potentially looking for as Arn got the dream connection on that ball. It's one of them ones where you sort of wish you could sort of
hit it a bit softer.
Yeah, you just like, if only I could boom the ball like that when I actually wanted to. He managed to, I don't know if you could hit that ball any harder.
No, but like you say, I think it's a really, really good point. You know, we saw it in our series just before when we were seeing the Martinis play the Basilisks. When teams scored first and the other team had to play from behind, it became a lot more panicky. It became, oh, we've got to score, let's do something, let's set something up, we need to score. And then they concede. And it looked very much like Salford were going to concede for a minute there. And managed to get away by the skin of their teeth, but they are seeming to fall prey to that same trap we've already seen tonight.
I mean, Salford definitely flush in the cheeks right now, as they're just sort of like, hang on a minute, this was meant to be an easy walk in the park of a series after game one, and that switch off really has come through. I do worry for Engine Stuttgart when Salford get their engine back out of neutral, but to be fair to Stuttgart, they could easily have had a third there. As impressive as Salford have been at times, they're still scoreless 3 minutes into this second game, but for how long with the
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Jiggy, that's all I can say.
He shut you right up there, to be fair. Scoreless in game two, you say, as he spirals down from the sidewall and nails the double tap. It's a fantastic goal from Salford. But at the end of the day, much as we might give that twice as many style points, it still only counts for half as many as Stuttgart's lead. So they've still got time. You know, time is ticking down. It will sooner or later come to do quite well on their side. That's a great clear from Desire. Arton is there. Camo up, looking for two, won't get it. And I think Arton's looking for Camo again. Stuttgart seem alert to it. I think maybe Salford could be accused at a point of trying to be a little too fancy. I think some of the more bread and butter plays are the ones that might break down the Stuttgart defense. Apply general pressure, get some boost steals, you know, these kinds of things, infield passes, here we go, stuff like that is perhaps more likely over time to wear them down.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a really nice play and really great to watch indeed. There's the big bump coming out of the net. This is just pure cyberbullying here, and this is just bystanding. Camo gets desired once and then is just continuing to grind him off that wall as the ball's already gone into the back of the net. We are literally all just bystanders. We should probably report that to our nearby cyberbullying police station, because, you know, Stuttgart, it feels like when your team gets a lead against sort of predictions, maybe not so much the run of play, but as an underdog, when that lead then gets given up, the question becomes, are they going to crumble or are they going to step it up again?
I mean, like you say, that was a bit filthy from Camo. Happily, we both have the same local police station, so I shall go and report him when I get done with this. But, you know, it works. You know, people often sort of bemoan physical play in Rocket League. They say it's very skilled, it's not this, it's not that, it's not fair, all of these kinds of things. But at the end of the day, it's a part of the game and they use it very well. Jiggy didn't need anything physical there, he just needed a bit of mental. He did well to pop that high, took his time, and Salford, for all of their slow start to game 2, have the lead.
Civilix there trying to recover off the wave dash, but all was already almost lost, and Jiggy is gonna make it look easy, and Salford looked like maybe the series was gonna get tied up, but from 2-0 down, 3 minutes on the clock, they have got the 3 goals that they needed here. The questions have been answered, and once again, each time this happens, it gets harder and harder for Stuttgart to get back on their feet, as it's been looking all a little bit awkward on the defense for all a bit too long right now. And you know, Salford, we talked about the flare coming out. I think they're just playing FIFA Street right now. They're charging up the sort of skill bar.
Yeah,
Eventually, they're going to get that game breaker shot where, you know, they just cannot be stopped. And I think Jiggy already scored one of them.
Yeah, to be fair, you know, like you say, maybe they just did take the time to charge up their skill bar, get into, you know, whatever mode it might be from your favourite game, and at the end of the day, it worked. It was not pretty at the start from the Northern team, but they got it done, and, you know, we say it time and time again, the best teams will play from behind at times. They will have to, any team does, and, you know, it's the teams that can eke out wins when they're not at their best throughout the whole game that are the ones that will do really well, and I think that's going to be a really hard one for Stuttgart to recover from.
Yeah, it's hard, like you say, because Salford really did sort of switch off at the opening of that game too. It felt the mistakes. I mean, I want to give credit to Stuttgart that, as you have said, there was a literal town's worth of space on the defense for Salford, and I think they sort of were just like testing the waters, like, damn, can we just put our feet up and just cruise through this series? And Stuttgart were like, no. And so Salford were like, okay, we'll just carry on scoring then, and won out that game too. And they made it look quite easy. The question was, will it continue to be so? As of course, this weekend Stuttgart is still trying their hardest, and after that game, you'd feel a little bit bad if they didn't manage to get at least one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think depends obviously what kind of mental they're in at the minute, but you can look at that one of two ways. Either obviously it's, oh my god, that's so harsh, we were 2-0 up, how did we lose? But on the other side of that same coin is, well, we went 2-0 up. You know, that's great. We scored goals, they were pretty rubbish. We can definitely exploit gaps and make chances for ourselves. We just need to not get bumped and hit the ball. Those are two key things that I think Stuttgart would need to make sure to keep happening.
Oh, just a floating obstacle here. He was on the back, just completely in the way. I don't know how much it actually obstructed Desire, but you can only imagine that Artem was incredibly annoying there, coming off that backboard, and 20 seconds is all it takes for Salford to pick up exactly where they left off.
Yeah, and I think this might be more like where they left off. Camo looking for that great Artem up to him, doesn't quite get that touch. Salford have confidence that they usually play with right there, right now, and if I was Stuttgart, I'd be starting to feel very, very afraid.
Yeah, I really would. As Salford looking confident again, you really need to hit him where it hurts. Yana set herself up the rebound, but the second shot had to be better right here.
Yeah, like you say, you need to hit him where it hurts, and where it hurt was the little gap in the bottom right corner, but unfortunately just misread it off the backboard. Didn't quite find it, but, you know, they are getting chances. This isn't an unbalanced series in that while Salford may have scored most of the goals, Stuttgart have managed to create chances. They are getting opportunities in each game. They just need to keep themselves on the pitch and just try and get the ball out of defence as quickly as possible. A pinch, perhaps, not quite, but that should bounce awkwardly. Yes, it will. Zayed looking for a double off backboard, perhaps. Doesn't get it, left it. Again, going for the shot, but can't quite find it. Stuttgart getting some chances, but not quite being clinical with them just yet.
Looking like Salford might get another here, but no, Civilix with a good answer, and another past Camo onto the other end of the field. The shot goes wide to catch out Jiggy. As sometimes you'll see a deliberate, situation where you expect someone to shoot. Surely they're going to shoot, and like the defender's so on edge that a deliberate shot wide, bouncing off kind of the sideboard, if I can call it that, becomes unbelievably lethal, because the goalkeeper will almost always free jump, and the remaining net on the rebound is just seemingly open, but not quite as coordinated as it needed to be on the Stuttgart offense. It certainly was there when it was tested on the defense.
Yeah, Stuttgart doing really, really well there, and I think signs again of Salford just beginning to switch off. That's another goal. I was just about to point out that they'd all left after the flick. None of them following it in just in case. You know, they were fully confident it had gone in. It didn't. Stuttgart turned it around. Salford get caught up on defence. And for all of the, offensive pressure that Salford have had in this game 3, we're tied as the halfway mark approaches.
Yeah, Stuttgart not giving in and not giving up there as that effective triple commit from Salford really getting punished as you would expect it to at this level here in the EURC playoffs. Of course, they find themselves in this lower bracket, as do Stuttgart, and one of them is going to be headed home after this series. And the score may be 2-0 Salford, though we could still easily have a series on our hands there. They do feel like they're switching off a little bit, but should they say give up a game despite that? That really would actually knock their confidence. And while they've been able to sort of switch it back on right now, and they're sat there probably having a good time in comms, like, oh, that's fine, we'll just score, we'll win this game, no problem. And whilst they may turn out to be right, if they turn out to be wrong, that's where your sort of swagger, your sort of comfort suddenly disappears.
Exactly like you say, last game you were saying, they kick their engine out of neutral because, like you say, if they lose a game, taking the lead again here, just a really good infield pass, bit of a lapse in judgment from Stuttgart on defence, no one going for it until it was too late. Salford need it. I fully agree with you. Salford do need that because, like you say, their engine idles in neutral a bit and it's kind of okay. They can pull it back. When they start losing games because they've been coasting for too long, I think their engine starts breaking down, and it's I think it would be a really, really harsh way for any fans of UK Rocket League to see them lose this series just by switching off and then breaking down. It'd be very, very harsh. But as they look to set themselves onto match point, there is not much danger of that just yet.
Maybe though, as this clear is straight out into the middle. The camo gonna save Jiggy there. He's gonna pat him on the back and say, good job, mate. Thanks, man. You really helped me out, though. Stuttgart are continuing to attack, though, as you say, Salford did get that second goal, so maybe their engine nice and oiled up and very well lubricated as that shot not quite finding through, but a triple commit forced out of the defense. And that one again round the back wall. They got to see this one out for the next minute. They're going to try and keep my 35,000 channel point safe, and Arton is going to get that third here in game 3.
Brilliant work from Jiggy. He didn't need to score that. He probably knew he didn't need to score that, and it came off the post, and Arton read it really well. Does everything that needed to be done, and that is, I think, barring a comeback that's very possible, but just not very likely in my eyes. Stuttgart, I think, looking to reverse sweep if this result continues, which would be a huge task for any team, and I'm sure they will completely understand that.
And as far as I'm seeing in the Twitch chat as well, Actional, Jiggy is apparently hot, whereas Stuttgart looking a bit cold right now on the defense, a little bit flat-footed. They're all quite grouped up, and that has been sort of the precursor to a lot of their goals, is when they sort of get penned in, like, sort of herding sheep, and they herd them up in front of that green German net, and when they're all so close, it's like they might as well only have one player back on defense, because they will effectively end up doing the same thing. As you see, Salford doing a much better job of being far more fluid, far more spread out at most times. They haven't always been, but it makes them so much harder to play against, and they're doing a good job of it here. Of course, hard for Stuttgart to do the same. They've not had the practice with this roster. They're under this pressure of the elimination best of 7 here in the lower bracket, but despite that, to add it all on top, they're 3-0 down in the series now.
They are. It's there's no point sugarcoating it, looking a bit grim for the German side at this point. They have had chances. It's been, I think you could call it one-sided. I don't think you could call it dominant from Salford.
Yeah, that's fair.
Have had opportunities. Salford, for their part, have looked a bit ropey particularly on defense at times. There have been moments, the Stuttgart goal in this game springs to mind. They just sort of fell apart, just clattered each other a bit, and then the ball was in the back of the net. The Stuttgart side aren't going to give up chances like that. They will be punished. And the problem, I think, for them is they seem to be struggling with the kind of relentless onslaught quite often combined with the physical play from Salford. Seems to be really hindering them, particularly, like you say, they get quite bunched up. you know, it's a team that I think, like you say, the new team, it's a real problem for them. The rotation is very hard to find, the spacing, the positioning. That's one of the last things that comes together when you get a new roster together, and it doesn't seem to be hurting them here.
Okay, maybe elimination point for Engine Stuttgart. But, okay, I was going to consolidate them. I'm going to take it back. But just in case you didn't notice, guys, you are 1-0 down. Arn has scored the slowest double touch has ever been recorded. David Attenborough could probably commentate over that, though. The whiff on defense is far less nice to see.
Yeah, it was a real shame, you know, unfortunate from them, but they've managed to make it work. Arden gets the shot. He's, you know, that's the perfect start for Salford. Going 1-0 up early doors. Stuttgart now have to play from behind. Nightmare scenario from them, for their point of view, but they can do it. You know, here we go. They'll probably get some offense up here. Arden gets a really good touch, and really good fortune perhaps in how that bounced up the backboard for him. But he'll push into offense. Yana gets a touch. That's a great infield pass. Cameron's not ready for it. Tidlick's looking to take it up the right-hand wall. He does so, but he's left the ball alone. Stuttgart have the ball in the right kind of place at the minute, but it doesn't look like anything incisive will come.
Yeah, it's fair. They're just sort of a little bit slower on the rotation, and when the gaps are left, we were talking about FIFA Street. Jiggy gonna flick his joystick around, get the rainbow flick over the last defender there. Tivoliks falling victim to that, and Camo is just gonna steal all the credit.
Yeah, very dangerous, I think, fair to say. You know, player Camo skill will probably score those, but the 1 in 10 times you accidentally smack that off the crossbar, Jiggy's gonna hunt you down and beat you to death. So, you know, risky from Salford, but Salford's middle name is risky, I think it's fair to say. Stuttgart taking some risks here. They need to at this point. They're 2-0 down, looking to get the ball into the right kind of place. Here we go. Tivlik got the ball. Just not quite the touch he was hoping for. That's a much better touch. Where's the play? There's the play. Yana, very, very quick to read it. A very good touch off the ceiling, and we've got a game on our hands here in game 1.
Yeah, Yana Tivoliks at the receiving end there. This time yoinking it from Tivoliks. Seems like the teams are practically playing against themselves right now, trying to get to the top of the scoreboard. And it's not the first time we've seen glimmers of hope out of Engine Stuttgart, though it would be the first time they've actually backed them up. As I do hold out the hope for them in this 4th game, though if history is anything to go by, they're going to need a whole lot more. But it's okay, because my lava lamp is burning nicely. It's fully in flow right now. It's keeping me calm down, and Engine Stuttgart, you just need to think about that. Keep calm, you know? You're only 3 minutes away from being eliminated. Just chill. Just be calm. Salford maybe not giving them the chance to calm down, though. That flick is going to find its way all the way into the net, and Jiggy will watch happily from the grave.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a sacrifice worth making. If he can get that goal, he'll be back in time for kickoff, and Salford restore their 2-goal lead.
Back alive.
Clearly, we need more lava lamps. I might have to go and switch mine on in a minute to help calm Stuttgart down, but it'll be too little too late. They are down by 2 again in a match point situation. They haven't played badly. They have not. You know, we often say it about teams. Sometimes I feel people will say it to make the team feel better. They haven't played that badly, you say. You know, they've done well for themselves. Desired is playing very well. They're all playing very well. Stuttgart haven't really, in my recollection, put much of a foot wrong. It's just that Salford have been playing such good offensive Rocket League that it's almost impossible to keep out at times.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Desired there as well. Just understood that, like, Arden may look like he's going to intercept this, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Those Salford are pulling out the fake kickoff strategies here. Will it work? Yes. Shot going to be over the crossbar. Camo getting round it, though, too soft, and then somehow nearly forced it in despite that. And once again, they have rounded up the green sheep. They were all bunched up there for Stuttgart, but they are going to get the ball here through Tivoliks. He's going to get it past 1, and he's going to try and read this bounce. He does so, but patience from Camo is going to get that block with little issues. There's going to Tivoliks demoed in the middle, meaning that it'll be hard to maintain this pressure. And Salford, all they need is winning the race to one of these loose balls, and they'll have that clear. And there it is. With the demo to assist it, it'll be hard to back it up again. Salford really have doubled down on this side of bullying.
Yeah, I mean, but it's working, you know. Stuttgart really seems to be struggling with it, like we were saying before. Big miss from Cameron. But, like we were saying before, you know, when you've got these new rotations you're trying to figure out with a new side, it's really hard when one of you's suddenly dead to sort of adapt to that, you know. These guys would be able to communicate that a bit better, I think, if they were in the long-term sort of side that they'd been building And in any event against Salford, they love their physical plays. They've been getting them in pretty much every situation that they're useful. That's a big shot. Camo manages to pump it off his own backboard. Even though it wasn't on target. That's a great shot. It doesn't matter where Design's going. Tivnix has scored. Some of the Germans are on holiday. The others are doing the work. And it's 3 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, that pass coming brought to you by, I actually don't know, I want to say it was Camo. I think it was Tivnix at the receiving end, while Desired watched from his drone cam. He was just getting a good angle as that one. Professional cameraman in the making. We need to find out what he's studying. If it's photography, it makes so much more sense now. So Salford are going to have to try and find another if they're going to put this series to bed now. And immediately, they're immediately going for the freestyle passing plays. They refuse to stop pumping up the FIFA Street skillometer as Tivnix. He just wants to keep it calm, wants to get that clearance downfield. He's been the man through which many good of the best things have happened this series for Engine Stuttgart. And he's required here again to put the ball deep into the Salford Lions' den. But, you know, Jiggy, he's going to build it straight back out. And again, the pre-jump plays. They're just trying to reiterate this BM. Engine Stuttgart are sat there with their arms crossed like, you for real? You seriously doing this? It's 3-3. Stop the BM. It's very tilting to play against a team that is doing this. It's sort of bumping each other off the wall. You know they're having a laugh about it here. As, you know, as annoying as it may be for Stuttgart, it's the exact sort of reason why it could easily work if the frustration does come out for them, as maybe Salford just want the fantastic final kill cam.
Maybe. Call me cynical. If Salford lose this game, they 100% deserve it. It's, you know, it's a very valid strategy. If you want to be like that, then I suppose by all means, it's, you know, whatever. But if Salford, they've had chances there that they've squandered by trying, like you say, for their face cam montages to win the game. And if they don't win this game, they can only look back on some of those chances where Jiggy had a huge air dribble opportunity or things like that and go, yeah, hang on, we probably could have played that differently and just scored. And it looks like we're getting overtime here, so the game's far from wrapped, although Jiggy infield last shot, it will drop just about. Last minute panic for Stuttgart, but 1 goal could keep them in it, 1 goal could send them home.
As I'm saying, yeah, the elimination potentially on the card with the next goal. And could it be Jiggy straight away? Yep. It will be 7 goals in the game, 7 seconds on the clock. And Engine Stuttgart, they fought hard, but all of them are straight out the lobby because they will be eliminated out the tournament. And Salford Lions in style, just a little bit too good. They move on.
They do, and they were deserved winners there, definitely. You know, they did really, really well. It was, you know, it was a commanding performance from them for all of their slightly unsavory freestyle tactics at 3-all in that last game. They played brilliantly, you know, it was really good from them. They, I think, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see make a properly deep run into this lower, you know, through this lower bracket. They've come through some fantastic challenges already. You know, a team like Engine Stuttgart have played brilliantly all season long, and the fact that Salford seemed to, you know, make quite light work of some of those games in that series shows just what a formidable side they are.
Yeah, it's really fair enough, as they are flying the flag high for the UK right now, although not too high because they're still in the lower bracket. Their next matchup will be against the Martinis, and that will certainly not be an easy one. Got to see how high they can go in NSC this weekend, whether that goes to their head, whether their egos get a little bit too big. We'll have to see if they can use it as confidence, keep it under control, because we want to see them go as far as possible. As of course, sadly, I don't think we'll have an interview from them. I understand it's been a long night. They want to put their feet up, have a good time and chill for the evening, and that's completely fine, but that's okay because we've still got more content for you. We'll be breaking down the bracket, the remaining team, commiserations, saying our goodbyes to the teams eliminated today, and we'll have all that after the break.
And phew, take a deep breath. We've made it. It is the end of day. We've completed our round of 16. We're down to just 12 teams remaining now in the EURC, of which 4 teams, those remaining in the upper bracket, have now locked themselves an appearance on finals day, Sunday the 25th of April. Going to be an exciting one. 6 teams will, of course, make it there. And I suppose the only thing left to do is just dive, boys, directly into some of the matchups that happened in that upper bracket today and on Monday. And I suppose the first one I'd like to talk about is, of course, the Berlin Phoenixes and the Beckett Bears. Happened on Monday. Expected results in Berlin Phoenixes. I mean, they look confident. They sound confident. We had Quint on the desk telling us just how confident they are heading into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, you really can't doubt the confidence coming out of Quint. It was like a few minutes of interview and you could not wipe the smile from his face. Meanwhile, I was trying to wipe away my tears that Beckett didn't get the game that I was really hoping and kind of felt like they deserved. But of course, Berlin, they maintain their effectively unbeaten record, apparently donating the game to the NUIG Griffins at the call of asking. The question becomes, how much of a test will they get in the semi-finals?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And of course, up against them in that semi-finals will be the Berlin Basilisks, who did manage to take down the Dutch champions, the Groningen Fair Play Martinis, in a 4-2 series earlier this evening. And honestly, Berlin Basilisks, going into that all-Berlin derby match, they sounded excited for it. They sounded prepped. When we had Maki on the desk earlier, he wanted that.
Yeah, I mean, I found it really interesting to chat to him. Obviously, he was saying, initially it seemed like he was almost offended that people kept viewing him as underdogs, and viewing the Basilisks as a surprise team. But he then, readily admitted that coming into this derby, Berlin against Berlin, the underdog position is a very useful one to occupy. We'll come in next week. I think it's fair to say, tactical spoiler, we'll probably all predict Berlin Phoenix to win. Yes. But the Basilisks, they have every chance of making it at least, giving Berlin at least a run for their money. They played really, really well tonight. And like Moki was saying, the place of underdog can be a really, really useful place to be if the other team lets the pressure get to them. Yeah, pressure's completely off you when you go into that. But of course, for this all-Berlin derby, the all-mythical beast derby as well, which is kind of the more exciting part, right? Groningen Fair Play Martinis had to die for that Thylacto, and they were a very strong side, and they'll be a threat down in the bottom, in the lower bracket. We'll get down to who they're playing later on, but, a little bit of a disservice to Martinis to see them go out in their first playoff series.
Yeah, it is a shame, because seeing as they top the group there, and I think they're the only... Yeah, they are the only of the club of 4 there to have even dropped a game in it. They actually ended up dropping the series. Of course, Portsmouth didn't drop a game because Bournemouth just couldn't field a roster for that game. Erasmus, they got the 4-0 sweep. Berlin Phoenix, they got the 4-0 sweep. And Martinis were like, haha, okay, we got the... Oh, we're in lower bracket.
It's a little bit rough. And of course, mentioning Erasmus Rotterdam there and mentioning Portsmouth, they will be playing up against each other in this upper bracket semi-final. And that's going to be an exciting one, because I have a little snippet of a fact that was passed to me by production before we came onto this desk, which is that Rotterdam have actually knocked Portsmouth out of every international event they've ever attended. Which is 2. It's 2. It's EUR Summer and it's EURC 2020, but both times Portsmouth was eliminated by Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. And I mean, surely they're coming for revenge, but the truth of the matter is we haven't really seen Portsmouth much in this competition so far.
No, I mean, me and myself and Thylacto were talking a bit about that in the prelude to our Salford series. Portsmouth, all of these other teams, we've been looking at teams like ULB, we've been following every step of the way, teams like Beckett, teams like Berlin, we've talked about almost on every stream. Portsmouth are just here. We seem to have just sort of almost glossed over them a bit. I feel a little bad at times for them, but I'm sure they won't mind. Again, it's for them. They've obviously had a decent season, but compared to the expectation placed upon them at the start by some fans, particularly domestically, I think they might feel a little bit hard done by. And I think perhaps for them coming in as that sort of, mysterious team, the silent ones, the ones we haven't really talked about that much, could help them. One thing that will help them, of course, coming in an upper bracket semi-final, Rotterdam can't knock them out. They can only knock them down.
That's true. Absolutely. That's it. All of those top 4 teams in those upper semi-finals, as we said, guaranteed a spot in the top 6 with the way the bracket works out. Guaranteed an appearance on finals day on Sunday, the 25th of April. And I mean, that's going to be a fun day of Rocket League full. Basically 8 hours of games going to be going on. And the entire tournament getting decided in one fell swoop. So, of course, make sure you're there. But, we were talking a little bit about, just before that, teams that were maybe feeling a little bit hard done by, teams that have had a rough time. But FHDW, FHDW, who were knocked down by Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. It was a 4-0. We've seen a few of them now in this bracket, but Tylacto, I think it was the closest 4-0 we've seen, and FHDW will definitely be looking to make a comeback from that.
Yeah, they really do. It's honestly just great to see the FHDW team playing. Kind of quite exciting, in fact, with them heading for the Uniliga, you know, and just to see how far they can do in that in the upcoming season when it next rolls around. Like, they're just really, I would think, looking hungry to try and make a run, because as we always keep talking about here, the German teams, in terms of performance by country right now, not just because of the Berlin Phoenix obviously being undisputed 1 seed, but across the board, I mean, aside from maybe the disappointment of Dusseldorf, Germany has kind of been number 1 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you've brought it up now. You've opened the can of worms. We're going to have to talk about the disappointment of Dusseldorf this evening. We're going to jump down and start to talk about our lower bracket games. I mean, we may as well kick it off there. A lot of 4-0s here in the lower bracket this evening. You know, up until tonight, it was just Tilburg and Berlin Phoenix who've managed to pull one of those sweeps off in playoffs. ULB up against Dusseldorf tonight. Another one of those 4-0s. And Tylacto, I suppose, you know, you were talking about it as well just there. Take it away a little bit further. Dusseldorf, a little bit disappointing up against ULB.
Yeah, I mean, of course, most disappointing is all the people who put their channel points on Dusseldorf, to be honest, before we then found out that they were going to be using a substitute. But 4-0 despite that, honestly, it's hard to talk about Dusseldorf for long before you realise, hang on a minute, why aren't we talking about ULB? Because whilst we talked about FHDW as well, ULB are a team on a streak with nothing to lose.
Absolutely, ULB, they came into these playoffs, you know, we've brought it up so many times on the cast, but the only team to make it out of groups with a negative win rate. Beyond that, even if that wasn't the case, they were a 5th seed. They've come in, they've beat York, they've now beat Dusseldorf, who were a 2nd seed coming into these playoffs. I mean, ULB, they're on a tear, and I mean, it's not going to be easy for them. Actually, they're running into FHDW next, another 2nd seed for this ULB squad to take on.
Yeah, you know, it's harsh. Everything's harsh at this stage. You know, you look at every matchup and you go, "Ooh, that's really harsh," and then you start thinking, actually, hang on, if they're all really harsh, then perhaps it's not that harsh on the whole. But for a team like ULB, you know, coming in 6th in their pot in the group, scraping through, like you say, into the playoffs to do this well, fantastic. We spoke to Slyax earlier. He thinks they can do quite a lot better. He, you know, was very, very confident, and you love to see it. You know, from the players. You don't want them to go, we're just taking every game as it comes, and we're just, you know, hoping to do a bit better. Like, you want to see them say, no, we're going to make it to the final, which is exactly what Slyax said. But one thing, you know, I know I mentioned it before, one thing he did say that I thought was really, really interesting from my point of view, he pointed out, you know, on a good day, anything can happen. They turn up, they're ready, they're prepared, they're here. It's not inconceivable that FHDW, again, maybe that underdog syndrome, they just sort of sleep a bit on them, you know, and they go, oh, it's ULB, their luck has to run out eventually. On a good day, I think ULB can definitely take down FHDW and make a bit of a run further.
That's it, and I think you can look down now, these 8 teams remaining in the lower bracket. Only 2 of them can make that 6 teams for, you know, the finals day. That means 6 of them are going home. Only 2 of them are actually going to make it through. And when you look down on their given day, any of these teams could probably beat any of the others. But look, Actional has now brought up the fact that there are tough matchups. There are weird matchups happening in this lower bracket. And I think there is nothing weirder, there is nothing more difficult than the fact that the current Dutch champions are going to be taking on a team that's in the front of the race to potentially become the UK champions. It's going to be Salford versus the Groningen Fair Play Martinis, and it's happening in the lower bracket. Only one of these teams will even have the chance to make it to finals day.
Yeah, the round of 12 playing host to this is not what you would have expected, and it all stems back to Salford managing to go 5-2, yet miss out on upper bracket. Such a strange group that Group D was, and I personally just blame the Birmingham Badgers for everything that happened in that group and those overtimes and that drama, because yeah, one of these teams is going to be going home, and I'm afraid it'll just have to be the Martinis.
Yeah, but again, Ash, this is exactly back to the point you were saying again. On their day, either of these teams absolutely could take it, because we've seen brilliance. We've also seen some not brilliance. I'm not going to be too much harsher than that from both of these teams throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say in defense of Salford is that they now seem to be awake. So they're group stage a couple of times, and we were just casting them obviously just now, and a couple of times we were saying, just don't fall asleep. Just don't take your foot off the gas. Just, come on now, take it seriously. Let's give up on the freestyle, double touch musty, quadruple flip reset passing plays in midair while you're drawing in a crucial game 4. that's the way they play. It's you know, whatever. I suppose if you're going to do that, then that's absolutely fine. But against a team like Martini, I'm not sure that kind of attitude will get them as far as it did tonight. And I think, you know, Martini, they didn't play brilliantly either tonight. Obviously, that's how they've ended up in this horrible situation in which they find themselves. But yeah, anyone on their day, it's just going to come down to who shows up, whether Salford can keep their head in the game, basically, and whether Martini can come back to the kind of form we saw them have throughout the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose we should also just take a moment to reflect on Engine Stuttgart. I mean, it's been an up and down tournament for them. It's ended kind of on a whimper rather than a bang, unfortunately, is playing with a sub. They have dropped in just 4 games to Salford, and Tailakta didn't really look all that threatening, which to me is a little bit surprising given that they managed to push FHDW all the way to 7 games with the same sub.
Yeah, it's maybe just credit to Salford being of a caliber due to that. It's just really a shame, as you're saying, really, with how hot the Engine Stuttgart team looked in the group stage with their full roster. It really is a shame, not just that we have to say goodbye to them so soon, but in the manner of which this has all happened.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, there are teams that are hot, and then there are teams that are Tilburg United. Coming into this playoffs now on an 8-0 run. They dispatched the Groningen sister team of Mojitos in 4 quick games on Monday. They look strong doing so. And they are going to be running into another team that can definitely look very, very cold. It's going to be Bournemouth on Actional. I mean, look, it's almost a question at this point of whether Bournemouth actually show up to play. And if they do show up to play, do they actually show up to play?
Well, this, you know, yes, exactly. It's 2 questions with the same wording but very different meanings, you know. But to be fair to the Barracudas, I feel like when they're there, and when all 3 of them are there at once, you know, however rare of an occurrence that seems to be in this day and age, when they're all there, they seem to come out on top very, very frequently. You know, they are obviously a very strong side. 3 fantastic players. There's no real weak link to be found in that team. They play really well together. They clearly enjoy each other's company, have a really good time. That helps a lot, you know, when you want to play a lot of Rocket League at a high level. So that is fine. But of course, they do seem to have, yeah, like you say, almost a sort of Salford on steroids kind of issue with taking things seriously. You know, I think, you know, and again, it's pure speculation, I would probably have backed them to beat Portsmouth in a 7-game series in that upper quarter final.
We were denied.
Yeah, it would have been a fantastic series. I think it would have been close, but I think more often than not, Bournemouth comes out on top there. They then book themselves a fantastic, you know, we were just talking about upper bracket, fantastic place, top 6, all of this, final day. They're 2 full series away from that now. And one of them is against this Tilburg team who have looked so good. And I think it'll be a good one. Like you say, if we can get Bournemouth all in the same place, corral them onto the pitch all at once, I think it'll be a fantastic one. Could well go the distance, but it's going to be really, really tough for them to get far now.
It definitely will. And Tailakta, if we look across, I mean, it's Tilburg United. They've dispatched Groningen Fair Play Mojitos, who were one of the teams coming in. We kind of looked at with a question mark over their name, saying this could be a very strong team. You know, they have individually some very strong players. And Tilburg made short work of them in this lower bracket to book this spot against Bournemouth.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Mojitos coming in, as you say, fantastic players, but Tilburg showed that they are a fantastic team. And the question becomes, even if Bournemouth do show up and all 3 players show up, how much of a game are they going to be given? Because Tilburg will certainly come in with no pressure on their shoulders. They are hot, and they really don't look like stopping.
That's entirely fair. And so I suppose now we move down finally to this very bottom of this bracket and we look at the Essex Blades versus the Kiel Krakens. And we've said it over and over again throughout the course of this discussion. This tournament has been cruel now at this point. As we get down to the very top end, teams are dropping out who are very good teams on their day, and sometimes it just hasn't been their day. And that's definitely the case for the Kiel Krakens when they came up against the Essex Blades. Kiel were a team that we were looking at. They had struggles all tournament long, having to sub in and out. You know, the roster was not particularly constant, but even still, Tailakta, they look good. They look good, and then Essex just came up against them. All it took was 6 games, and that's Kiel gone.
Well, they managed to win their game in the group stage with 2 subs, but couldn't win the one in the playoffs with 1. Maybe Satsumakush should have played that one as well. As you say, to some bad days for the teams in playoffs here. I think it's just been a bad split for Kiel, and you can say that about many teams, the likes of UEA Blue Jays, way down back in that group stage. But the sad thing for Kiel is it really feels like it wasn't really like their fault, even though it's obviously their fault. It's the way it happened. Again, it hurts to see. Obviously it's not the same as Engine Stuttgart, but
Yeah, it does at least set us up for an exciting rematch, though, in that round of 12 between Essex and Beckett, because Essex's Game 7 record is currently flawless, Essex's, and this will be a best of 7 in that lower bracket against the Beckett Bears, who of course beat them in a token Essex Game 5 loss, getting reverse swept. Beckett, I think, will still be favourites, but Essex are a team that is really on form right now.
Yeah, and I think excitingly, something you mentioned there, this will be a rematch from the group stages as well, and I believe it'll be the first such that we have in this tournament. Teams finding each other again in the brackets, and I mean, that's going to be fun. And Beckett can be a team with a playstyle that's maybe a little bit problematic for teams sometimes. They're a little bit odd in how they play sometimes, but Essex now have a week to prepare for that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, speaking obviously a UK team that I've come across, the Beckett Bears, and lovely people. I hate them. I just cannot stand playing against them on any sort of a regular basis. It's, like you say, a kind of... But actually, it's quite interesting. It's a playstyle I find quite rarely in Britain, but coming across to this European setup, I actually think I've seen it a bit more commonly. A lot of teams with that kind of loose cannon, creative kind of Jackson Pollock style offense, just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of mentality. Very entertaining to watch. I'm not on that pitch, which is fantastic. So Beckett against Essex, two teams I feel who would think of themselves as setting up relatively similarly, going for those flashy kind of mechanical, but also team synergy kind of plays. Very much, I think, an offensively heavy series, and I think one that could produce some very good fireworks.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all I think we're hoping for at this point. Well, I'm a disinterested party. A lot of I'm sure British people watching, and both of yourself as well, are still rooting for some of the English teams to go a little bit further in this, and I'm sure our Dutch and German viewers are really hoping for their teams to continue. And of course, the Belgians, ULB, I'm sure they
to the final.
Hopefully have some fun. Yeah, I mean, they're going to win. So, I mean, you don't really need to bother rooting for them because they're just going to win the whole thing. But look, I suppose what we're going to do is throw a couple of quick predictions out there. If we look back to the upper semi-finals, we'll just look at, Berlin Phoenix versus Basilisk Berlin. I think in the Derby of Berlin and the Derby of the Mythical Beasts, we all probably agree that it is going to be Berlin Phoenix is taking that one home. The question is how many games it'll take more than anything else.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Personally, though, I think that out of all obviously, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to the end, so each team should give Berlin more of a run for their money than the last. But I feel like the way the Basilisk set up could perhaps really put some sort of question marks around them in the heads of the Berlin Phoenix players. It's not a predictable setup at all. Sometimes they come out winging on the offense and doing really well individually, getting massive air dribbles, mechanical plays. Sometimes they're doing critically brilliant infield passes, bumping demos. They are a very versatile team, and if they can come out hot, come out swinging, and I think keep changing it up, try not to stick to one thing for too long, I think we could see 6, maybe even 7 games out of that one.
I mean, I don't want to call you crazy, Tylacto. I heard my meme that sounded like the prelude to something crazy just there. Was it as crazy as what we've just been given?
Honestly, the thing is, alright, and maybe you're the crazy one, New Leg, because most of the times Berlin Phoenix historically have struggled is against their domestic opposition. Maybe they're the ones that are just so used to being able to deal with them. In fact, of course, you thought Kit were one of the best teams to deal with Berlin Phoenix, and they have many of times dropped games domestically, and sometimes even series. So you know what? I will give Berlin Basilisk a shout in that series. I only think Berlin Phoenix will win it about 90% of the time.
Oh, a whole 10% for Berlin Basilisk. Listen,
I'll take it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with being apparently the madman and say, no, I think Berlin Phoenix are just going to sweep it, given that we heard that their stated goal from Quint on Monday, lest you forget, was that they came in to sweep the tournament. And I think Berlin Phoenix are dialed in. They've been looking strong. The more interesting semi-final, of course, as we look across at it, is going to be Erasmus Rotterdam up against Portsmouth Paladin. This apparently, prize fight that happens repeatedly at the European level, where Erasmus Rotterdam have come out on top the last 2 times of asking Atch. Portsmouth, again, flying under the radar. Do they have what it takes to take the fight to an Erasmus Rotterdam? They're looking pretty solid at the moment.
They are. Both teams, I mean, obviously Portsmouth have, like you say, just flown under our radar a little bit. We haven't seen them in a very, very long time. Hard to say. Portsmouth, I think, have been, from a team that we in Britain have come to associate with consistently very, very passable and good results normally, they have crept in this last season or two with an element of inconsistency, a sort of a time to go hot and cold. You know, we've seen them play brilliantly. Some of their best Rocket League ever has happened in, you know, domestically this season. But also at times it's not been brilliant. They obviously, the last time many of us would have seen them was in the NSE playoffs. They lost in a shock loss as well, to the UWEC Stags, a team who I believe didn't even make playoffs in Europe. So, you know, it's again, you know, there's only so many times you can say it. Who turns up on the day? Portsmouth can win that 100%. But if you're a betting man, your smart money, I think, has to be on Rotterdam here.
I think that's fair, and we're definitely at the end of the tournament where consistency is going to be rewarded, but more than anything else, just upper ceilings are going to be rewarded as well. You know, and obviously Berlin Phoenix probably the team with the highest upper ceiling in this tournament, but there are other teams that have flair, have shown that so far in this tournament. Lacto, and I think, you know, Portsmouth and Erasmus Rotterdam, it's fair to say that both of these teams definitely do have a high ceiling, and who shows up can show up hard.
Yeah, I think it probably tends to favour Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, maybe 65% of the time. We're working on percentages here. I'm not working on game scores. I'm a man of statistics. Portsmouth just definitely questionable throughout this season. Fantastic for them to have got to the semi-final, though in a certainly unusual manner. Of course, Psycho and Mercy, very reliable, but at times questionable. UWE definitely got to them two players. Mercy in particular did not look happy during that series, and judging by his immediate lead at the end of it, certainly wasn't happy by the end of it. And of course, poor Raiko has so much weight on his shoulders trying to keep up with the lobbies that he's being thrown into, and a lot of the time he really simply can't. But I do hope they step it up and beat Erasmus Esports Rotterdam here, because whilst they look fantastic, I'm a massive fan of the Triple O offense, I do think their ego needs to be kept in check.
Entirely fair. So I think there you have it. The desk believes that Erasmus Rotterdam probably the favourites in that, but we're not going to be too shocked if Portsmouth just show up and kind of take over the game with strong offense either. And we're going to jump down now to some predictions for the lower bracket, and I'm going to do something a little bit different here. What we essentially have is 2 groups of 4, single elimination, and only one team can make it out of each group by winning 2 series. And so I want both of you to tell me which of these 2 teams, looking at the upper half of the lower bracket and the lower half of the lower bracket, which of these teams from the top 4 can make it through to the finals day, 6 teams, and which in the lower half. And so that means the upper half is going to be Bournemouth, Tilburg, FHDW, and ULB. The lower half is, of course, going to be Groningen, Fairplay, Mojito, Salford Lions, Beckett Bears, and Essex Blades. And we'll start with the upper half, and we'll start with you, Achal. I mean, out of those 4 in the top half, it's a much more diverse cast than we have in the lower half, where there's a lot of British teams dominating. Who has what it takes to take on 2 opponents and actually take them both down?
Oh, this is a horrible question.
Isn't it?
Horrible. This is a horrible question.
It's easy question.
It's an easy question for my head. It is not an easy question for my heart. The team I think I have come to adore watching the most throughout this tournament is AES ULB. I think they have become a firm favourite of mine, and I'm sure a lot of people at home, from the style of play. Phylacto already beginning to have an aneurysm at the thought that I might suggest they make it through. But I don't think, despite SlyX's assertions to the contrary in our interview, I don't think on, you know, again, obviously on their day, perhaps, but
maybe.
Smart money, Tilburg. I think for me, it has to be. I think AES could well beat FHDW and make it to that round of 8 match. When they then come up against someone like Tilburg or potentially Bournemouth, I think that might be the time, unless they play Rocket League to the scale we've never seen from them before. I think that might be the time where it starts to crumble for them.
Okay, so you're saying Tilburg. You're looking at that group of 4 teams. You're saying Tilburg, they take down Bournemouth, and then they can beat whoever challenges them from below. So I saw a lot of nodding. I saw a thumbs up as well. Is that where you're feeling Tilburg just too hot for Bournemouth to handle?
I mean, the thing is, for me, I'd be very surprised if the winner of the Tilburg-Bournemouth match wasn't the team to get out those 2 branches. As far as I'm concerned, Bournemouth can easily put away Tilburg on their day, but I'm not going to back a team that can hardly show up when they need to. Tilburg have to go all the way.
That's entirely fair, and that means we now are just going to jump straight down into the lower one, and this is where, you know, the majority of the English teams remaining in the tournament are hiding out. We've got Salford Lions, we've got Beckett Bears, we've got the Essex Blades, and then the lone Dutch team of Groningen Fairplay Martinis thrown in there just to challenge them, just to break it up a little bit. Can't have too many Englishmen gathering in one place. That's sounds dangerously like an empire, dare I say. But we'll move swiftly on from that. And, you know, question, I'm going to jump straight back to you, Ash, and ask again, which of these four do you think is actually going to make it through?
Now, I feel like Tabacto and myself may have a very, very similar answer for you here. And again, there's one from my heart, and there is unfortunately perhaps another one from my head. I want to see, in the same way that I would want to see ULB go all the way into finals day from that upper side, I want to see that other team be the Beckett Bears. I do. They have been perhaps the defining, if you know, maybe rivaling ULB in that sense, the defining Cinderella story of this tournament as an open qualifier team coming through playoffs, doing really, really well, you know, upper bracket, no less, in these original playoffs. I would love to see them do it. Having just watched Salford play, not half an hour ago, and see them dismantle a team who have not played badly, did not play badly in that last series. You know, Stuttgart, a 4-0 scoreline, very harsh on them. They played well. They kept most of the games pretty close. Even with a sub that took FHDW to 7 games, Salford clean swept them. And I don't see the Martini that I saw tonight, or in fact either the Beckett Bears or the Essex Blades, stopping them making finals day.
I think that's probably fair to say, based off how we've been seeing Salford go there on a mission to prove something in this lower bracket. And Talacto, I'm seeing the nods again, but this time much more somber.
Oh,
Essex.
What? Okay then.
That's one word, and we're not going to get any further explanation because this man just wants a clip that he can point to on the off chance it does. If you were going to assign a percentage to that, Talacto, you've been assigning percentages all evening long.
5.
Yeah, no, I thought so.
You want to just real quick record you saying the other 3 teams one after the other, so that when you're inevitably wrong.
Clips.
Yeah, you'll have a clip for all of. Look at him eating his biscuits and shouting.
Easter egg.
Oh, well, okay, that's all right then.
Yep, no, that's entirely fair. So there you have it. We have opinions from the analysts, whether or not they actually represent what they're thinking. You know, this stream does not represent the actual opinions of any individuals contained therein.
Any resemblance to characters, real or fictitious, is purely coincidental.
Exactly, yeah, that's exactly where we are at this point of the stream. And as we head towards just past 10 o'clock, just past 11 o'clock for many of our European viewers, and just past 12 o'clock if you're watching from anywhere further east than the Netherlands, we will start to wrap it up there. We will remind you again that we are now in the business end of this tournament completely. We are heading rapidly towards our finals day. 6 teams will be playing on Sunday, the 25th of April, and it is going to be very exciting. We have more games from the losers bracket round of 8 and the round of 4 to come over to you over the next couple of weeks. You won't want to miss those either, and we will see you all there for them.